and skirmishes and disputes by consolidating and promoting the values of tolerance, giving a fertile ground for stability for societies and ensuring sustainable development. Allow me to thank as well His Excellency, the President of the Islamic Republic of Mauritania, and his clear vision in order to pave the way for a better future for our continent. And this conference is a civilizational platform that gathers scholars and people of wisdom throughout the continent, dealing with current issues and future ones, and allowing religious dignitaries to communicate in a positive way in order to build their capacities in reconciliation. This session will be dedicated to 5 main axes that will be presented by a plethora of scholars who will be shedding light on several dimensions of the education on the values of dialogue. The first presentation is entitled The Spiritual Meanings of the Culture of Dialogue and the Means of Consolidating It and Entrenching It in Souls, presented by Sheikh Mohammed Abdullah Moulay Tahiri from Algeria, who will be presenting the spiritual dimensions that will consolidate tolerance and respect and contribute to instilling the values in souls who are serene and ready for peace. In the name of Allah, most gracious, most merciful, and peace be upon his family and companions. On behalf of our Sheikh, the General Caliphate, and also the Sheikhs of the Tahiri Madrasa in Algeria and beyond, and our dearest Sheikh, who is very close to our hearts, who has the wisdom, the knowledge, Moulay Abdullah Tahir Hassan Idrisi Sabai, and I'm speaking on his behalf. And he developed and formulated these words that I'm sharing with you, although we do not have enough time to cover all the issues, but I will be trying as much as possible to overcome the difficulties and to convey the most prominent ideas that can be useful and fruitful for this gathering. At the very beginning, I would like to thank and express and extend my gratitude to His Excellency, the President of the Islamic Republic of Mauritania, Mohammed Sheikh Ould Al Ghazwani, for his patronage of this conference. That is very telling in terms of the interest in the values of dialogue, civilizational dialogue, on which nations are based, generations are striving, and also our eminence, Abdullah bin Abiya, who is the architect of this dialogue and this conference, and who has so many specialties and a high expertise that symbolize that His Eminence dedicated fields of science and research in such a way that this very limited time frame can be so fruitful for all of us, and it is most useful if compared to other conferences, and this will enable us to know that dialogue is a principle that was used by the Prophet, peace be on him, and through which the Prophet, peace be on him, launched the first civilization in Medina. And Ahmed Shawqi, the poet, said, or meaning, if we do not have ethics, we do not have anything. And ethics is the only engine for mercy and the force and power and the pillar of dialogue. So mercy is the very first principle, and the Prophet, when he was described by the Almighty, he said, meaning, you've been sent only as a mercy to the people. And this has been reiterated and affirmed through the Sunnah that is pure, because dialogue is the licit dialogue, the accepted one that enlightens the minds of people. And as the Prophet said, meaning the nice word and kindness is charity, sadaqah. And he also said, the powerful is not the hasty, but the one who can control his nerves while angry. And also easiness can be stronger than solidity. And all those ideas were turning them from the tower that is a solid one, Algeria, that was really standing tall throughout the arduous and difficult circumstances. It was under the architect and philosopher Malik bin Nabi, through his civilizational encyclopedia, and he talked about dialogue of civilizations that paved the way for civilizational behavior, which is reconciliation and amending between people and mediation between conflicting parties that lingered throughout time. And the only solution to it was through the intervention of Algeria. Let's start with the Eritrean-Ethiopian conflict, mentioning the hostages that were stuck between the Iran and the United States of America, and passing by the last example that was really under the instructions of Abdelmajid Tebboune, between the Palestinian factions, between Hamas and Fatah. So all those are illustrations and examples of the efforts made by Algeria, and humanity cannot have a solid civilization without dialogue as a pillar. This dialogue that can be constructed and built stemming from Islam and from our Sharia, that permitted to our religions and faiths to live and coexist in the very restricted society of Medina. And the Prophet, peace be upon him, coexisted with Christians, with Jews, and also instilled the foundations of a civilized society with a clear vision in which every single individual has rights. And the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, set the foundations for mercy that was flowing throughout all the disciples and all the coexisting segments. And today we need more than ever this high value and noble one by the behavior of presidents of states, of scholars, and all decision makers in Islamic societies, in order to adopt and embrace mercy and have mercy on the nation, because it is unacceptable to have a religion away from Islam, or accept Islam more merciful than this religion, our religion. And this can be well understood through the suffering from which that are enduring so many peoples. And all these is because lack of dialogue. And the more an Islamic nation can take initiatives to embrace dialogue and disseminate it among nations, the more it is immune from conflicts, ethnic conflicts, material conflicts, and can go beyond this narrative, because the world can only live under the auspices of dialogue, reconciliation, and peace. And sometimes the highest spheres and even some politicians, they just close their eyes and ears as to this message, because there are so many tensions and conflicts, and these are the translation of this passive behavior and inertia. All the institutors of and launchers of the Tahiri Madrasa, our grandfather Ahmed Moulay Tahir al-Idrisi al-Hasani al-Sabai, who was moving from a nation to another one. He was recommending 42 branches of these Tahiri madrasas that are founded on humility and knowledge And all knowledges can be very easily grasped when we are based them on peace, when we have the olive branch, and when we are all united under La ilaha illallah Muhammad Rasulullah with the uniqueness of God. This is very symbolic and is very telling, and we can live in total freedom and peace, but this peace comes from the heart first, and then we can practice this throughout our economic and social lives. And I can keep on speaking about this, but then I can share with you the paper. It is written, and then you will find answers to so many questions you may have. And all this thanks to our Shaykh. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
شكرا جزيلا. المداخلة.
Thank you. The next presentation under the title, The Language of Dialogue in the Curricula, with Dr. Abkar. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Peace be upon you. In the name of Allah, the most graceful, most merciful. Peace upon you and prayers on our Prophet Muhammad and his kinship. First of all, I thank God for having brought me here to attend this conference. This conference launched by our eminent Allama, who, when his name is coined, we think about our Prophet's saying that there are people who open doors of well-being for people. So we have to be recognizant of what we have by being together here in this conference. The gentleman reading a poem. My paper is The Culture of Dialogue in Our School Curricula, Modern School Curricula. I don't think nobody can claim that dialogue is not important in promoting cohabitation and understanding. And no sane people can say that dialogue is not the source of wisdom. And our religion clearly says that dialogue is definitely the key word in better life between people. Dialogue opens ways for individuals and groups. This is where we have a fertile land for harvesting better things. And the curriculum can promote dialogue among learners. Through it, a student can learn his opinion, the opinion of the other, and learns to debate and discuss while respecting the other. He may also distinguish between good dialogue from bad debates and discussions. The dialogue has qualities as courage, respect, and acceptance of the other. This is what we have in Chad, the country of 1 million learners of the Holy Book by heart. We try to focus on dialogue within our school curricula and have it introduced from primary school, especially when it comes to values. This is a guidebook that we are distributing to all our Quranic school teachers. I have my paper in 2 chapters with a conclusion. In the first, I talk about the concept of dialogue. Then I talk about dialogue as a means of problem solving. Then I look at the different aspects with the conclusion, with some recommendations, and the paper will be available to you at the end. I will tackle the most important part of my paper, the guide. That's this guide has been handed over to the Quranic school teachers, and this was prepared in Chad. It was prepared by the Majlis Ala Lishghul Islamia in partner with the members of the council and experts from the Ministry of Education, Jamiat, the Faisal University, and experts from the ISESCO regional office. The guide has different subjects divided in 3 chapters. First one, how to improve the program in Quranic schools. So the second group has to do with the how to manage the educational aspect through instructions to Quranic school teachers as to how to entice and incite students to learn, preparation class, and using the dialogue, role-playing, stories, and traditional adages. The third group is how to use the guide itself in teaching values, and this is the topic of our paper. And there are models as to the importance of truth, amana, and collective work, forgiveness, among other noble values. I would like here to stop on one sample or one example that was that we find in the guidebook or in the workbook, and I chose 2 values: forgiveness and dialogue. And I will give you an example of a class about how to teach the value of dialogue within a Quranic school. The value of dialogue. The guide says the teacher can read something about dialogue, and then the youth who goes ask the Prophet about adultery, and then the Prophet he says, please, can you allow me to do adultery? And then the Prophet says, and then he came close to him and said to him, do you love your mom? He says, yes, of course. Would you like it for your mom? Would you like it for your daughter? He says, no, of course not. So people don't like it for, would you like it for your sister? That is to say, adultery. So would you like it for your wife? He says, no. Or your uncle, your aunt, your paternal aunt. He says, no, nobody accepts it. So he put his hand on the shoulder. So please forgive him and make him a better man. And then the guide is followed by questions. What do you think of the opinion of the position of the Prophet? How do you see the way the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam convinced that kid? Did he do the same thing as his friends? Do you think that this is a way to deal with somebody? If you were in the same situation, how would you deal with it? What is the importance of dialogue if you were to be in such a situation? and then the students start answering questions. And then the teacher is going to summarize those things, put them on the whiteboard or the blackboard. And then he asks the students to repeat and emulate what the kid did in front of the Prophet, and then ask somebody to, another student, to convince him not to do that. So they ask another group of students to comment on that role playing between the two students. This is one sample of one class on dialogue. Now we reached as a conclusion that dialogue is one of the best things that we can use as an educational tool for our students. And this has implemented this through our Quranic schools, and that we can change the behavior of our youth by using the curricula and the school programs to change their attitudes, their behavior, and adopt a strategy of dialogue and understanding. And this is that we can also see that in Chad, this curricula applies in the high school and the university level. So the recommendations, the call of Nouakchott as to the including dialogue as a course or class in all levels of education, all schools, so that our kids could be brought up in an environment of dialogue. Come up with a guide that could be taught in Africa, while adapted to different contexts. Training center for the African Quranic school teachers, and if possible the next forum to discuss how our schools work and how we can improve them, and then one prize, annual prize under the title, the prize of Ma'ali Minbiya on educational field that we devoted to the educational institutes in Africa. Thank you very much.
نشكر
Thank you, Dr. Abkar Walar, President of the League of Ulama and Imams of the Sahel, and also Imam of the King Faisal Mosque in Chad. He covered the importance of including the values of dialogue in pedagogical institutions by preparing generations capable of communicating in a positive way. Now we move to Dr. Abdel Muhaymin, President of the University of Niger, and he will be talking about the environment, societal one, for instilling the culture of dialogue and the importance of communication, a constructive one, through the presentation until the title, Socialization and the Culture of Dialogue. To you the floor, sir. In the name of Allah, most gracious, most merciful, praise be to God and peace be on His Prophet. Greetings to the dear guests and participants. Allow me to extend my thanks to our Mauritanian brothers, governments and people. And allow me to thank our father, His Eminence, Abdullah bin Bayya. May God bless him and give him health. Concerning this research paper that I will be presenting, or that I've been asked, and the title, The Culture of Dialogue and education on the values of citizenship. This paper was an attempt to answer two main questions. The first question, how can we build the culture of dialogue for this new generation and for society as a whole on the basis of healthy dialogue that can allow us to reach the objectives and avoid our society's conflicts, tensions, and killings. And the second question that will be covered by my paper, how can we educate our children of society and most importantly the youth on the values of citizenship by disseminating the right definition of citizenship from which we have values and principles that ensure loyalty to the nation and serves as a cement to the whole societal tissue in order to treat all problems under the umbrella of dialogue. In order to answer those two questions, my paper has a prelude, and in the prelude I'm describing the state of affairs, the current situation, and how we can catch up by disseminating the culture of citizenship and dialogue. And you all know that we were expecting by the third millennium, by the start of the third millennium, to move towards more unity, more peace, more cooperation, more acceptance of the other. We were expecting to have the share of the Islamic world and the lion's share. But now what we observe, indeed, was totally the contrary of what we were expecting. And now we have so many movements that are terrorist movements that are very active, and we witnessed the fall of so many countries and so many coups, and the whole region was prey to so many problems. And for this reason, His Eminence Ben Beya is trying to put an end to this wildfire. And concerning the other aspect, which is pertaining to Africa, I would say that my paper addresses two main pillars. The first one, the culture of dialogue. What are the rules? What are the types? And in this axis, I dealt with two definitions and concepts, the culture of dialogue. And when I talk about the culture of dialogue, we need to accept the other with his, her faith, creed, belonging, and all the particularities, and to accept plurality. And then I would skip some parts, but then I talked about the objectives and the advantages and the requirements of and ethics of dialogue, and the types of dialogue, and the levels of dialogue, and the impediments to dialogue, all those in a very brief way. And concerning the second pillar axis, I talked about the values of citizenship and its concept. And in my paper, and in this pillar, I talked about a few bullet points in a very brief way concerning the concepts like citizenship and citizenship education and the values of citizenship and controversies pertaining to citizenship. And I talked about the values and the types of values, the religious values and citizen values, local values. And the third part is preserving environment. And the last part has to do with the schooling principles. And in my paper, I talked about the skills of education and how we can build capacities as to citizenship. And because this research paper addressed the issue according to a multifaceted approach, and this is the conclusion that includes the results, recommendations, and suggestions or proposals. And I know that I'm running out of time. I will move directly to the conclusion, because indeed it embodies the very heart of the issue. The first point, the results of the research. This paper research came to so many important results that will be shared with you. And among the most important results is that most of what we witness in our world in terms of conflicts and armed conflicts is caused by the absence of the culture of dialogue in its right definition. And the culture of dialogue is a pedagogical responsibility that should be undertaken by all the stakeholders, including media and even social media. The culture of dialogue should be based on a clear strategy with clear dozen objectives and having well-assigned results in the future. And the whole nation with all its segments should work hand in hand in order to achieve them. The fourth result, the importance of the culture of dialogue is well instilled in developed countries and is one of the values of society, and it cannot be just put aside. And if we commit to it, it will be compulsory in order to move forward. And the sixth result, we need to understand the kinds of the culture of dialogue and to deal with it with wisdom. All those points are well explained in the paper. In order to make all those efforts successful, we need to overcome all the challenges that can impede its implementation. The culture of dialogue should be included in our educational policy and included in schools' curricula. And the professors and teachers and supervisors need to be aware of this and make sure they are well implemented within the context of the values chaos that we are living and the problems of radicalism and extremism and killings that we are witnessing. It became necessary more than ever to define the definitions of values, dialogue, citizenship, and to make them well agreed upon as the main pillars of the nation, because dialogue, culture, education became something obligatory for individuals, for society, in order to have a stable and secure society for the people. 11. Through education, we can disseminate the values of citizenship, and this is why all schools have a responsibility to build this culture in the souls and hearts of pupils and use them in all pedagogical means and even at the level of social media in order to enlighten people and show them the way. We have so many mechanisms that can be used in order to instill the values of citizenship, and we need to mobilize them all in order to achieve this objective, and this can only be done through a policy and a strategy and pedagogy and a political and popular will that is transparent and true. And there are so many dimensions to the values of citizenship, and we need to take them into account in order to educate our society the right way. And for this, we need to take into consideration the skills and competences required to realize such an effort, and we need to emphasize them in order to make them among the main components of the citizen and to be applied in their behavior. And this will avoid our nation radicalism, extremism, and violence in all its sorts. The way for implementing those objectives is punctuated by problems and challenges. And according to researches and studies, and for the values of citizenship are multiple and according to several types, and each one depends on the influential people who can have an impact at the local, national, and regional, and international levels. This role is very important. Concerning the recommendations, I don't know how much time is left for me. I'll try to mention them very quickly. I mentioned so many of which I'll be focusing on two pertaining to culture and two relative to values. Concerning recommendations, we need to consolidate the positive values and to fight the negative values, especially in the school's environment, by monitoring the bad behaviors from which society suffers and warn against them, and also the coordination between family and schools through a contract-based, results-based contracts for both parties. And the importance on this, and to make children immune from the bad effects of technology and IT and mitigate their effects. And concerning our proposals, first of all, this African Conference for Peace needs to prepare a charter draft for values. And the second proposal, this African Conference needs to prepare a draft of charter of the culture of dialogue in Africa on the basis of Islam and learning from the customs and traditions in Africa and the best practices throughout the world. And the African countries need to reconsider, review their curricula and take into consideration their local particularity. The African Conference can also prepare a roadmap for peace and security away from the security choice and military ones, putting this option as the last resort. And the very last point, to make African countries cooperate to have audiovisual channels that will be veiculating and disseminating programs for training for decision makers and political leaders and all influential people in the field of cultural dialogue. Thank you very much for being patient with me.
Thank you, Dr. Mohamed Abdel Amin, on the who is the chief editor of the magazines. And thank you, Mr. Chair. In the name of Allah, prayers on our Prophet Muhammad. First of all, I need to extend my thanks to our eminent Sheikh Abdullah ibn Bayya, so that we could have a yoke or a link between Sharia and wisdom, between philosophy and theology or Sharia. And we talk about the culture of communication. You know that communication is larger than dialogue. So when we talk about communication, it has many ways. It could be bottom up or bottom down, bottom up or descending or ascending. Before I delve into this topic, there is no society that doesn't aspire to communication and avoids disputes. And we can have this only through understanding based on good communication, and avoid disputes that lead to differences and fights. That's why communication is important. We need to have a culture of communication and make sure that citizens backing up each other. So what are the tools and the ways and means? Before I delve into this, I need to look at some references that I found. The tools of bringing up, breeding children will show how we could have our students inculcated the value of communication. If we know also its rules and means of implementation will help us again avoid falling into traps of this miscommunication. So if we have a good communication, a religious education can help people adopt the culture of dialogue. We should keep in mind that local culture is also important so that we could avoid any form of deviation, educate youth about communication and dialogue can improve their skills in understanding and understanding. And last, the aesthetic sports activities can stop any form of radicalism among youth. And because of what I said, we need to look into how we look at it from a scientific approach. We know what it leads to, what it is composed of. I have 2 chapters in my presentation. One is a diagnosis of the situation and then understanding the culture of communication. Let's look about the tools. The tools, that is to say, how we handle a situation to reach a certain objective in mind. And psychologists, social psychology, and we can also the cultural anthropology, and we can also look into communication science. So we need to know the tools, the 3 tools available to us. So these are the tools that can make sure that values through repetition be common among people and assimilated. Teaching tool is, if you disseminate, is done in an unconscious way, what Bourdieu called habitus. Well, the teaching is through a comprehensive social context, in the sense that the individual make choices that he is or she is well conscious of and coming from his way of education. Now, interaction. The interaction tool is how he can interact with his social milieu through social communication. And this is what matters to us most. And we can consider interaction as a way whereby we react to some contexts and situations. And now the how we could promote the social aspect here. You have education, adaptation, compromise, and then all these you can have alleviation and monitoring and sanction. So these are things that we find in our society. So every aspect has many components that do the same job or the same function. So you are either adapted to your context, your society, you have assimilated things in your breeding, so you respect, you obey everything, and then you have those who deviate, and then those who don't even respect the social codes or social values. And what is serious here is the adaptability and how individuals adapt themselves to a certain social context. You need to have these tools that I mentioned earlier. Now, what is different is to be against the social system where people choose not to accept the values of society and then create their own values, their own objectives, their own means outside of the social decorum or the social code. And these are things that we can counterattack easily. So we need to know the tools, the instruments, and every system has its monitoring system, control system, sanction system. So this is, we need to be preemptive in our education of our youth. We need to prepare a way so that we could have a method that is preemptive. But we need to know, to understand what is the culture of communication. In traditional societies, you have communication vertical. That is to say, ascending and descending. I mean, that is top to bottom. Sometimes it is horizontal. That is to say, people communicating with each other. If we look at, for example, the imam, when he's talking to people in the Friday prayer, they don't react to what he says, they just accept it. It's one way. Then you have dialogue form where communicate between two people, reacting to one another's opinion, because all parties are free to say what they want within an environment of mutual respect, expressing their opinion and accepting the opinion of the other. These are the major functions of social communication. We can test it scientifically. We found that the scientists of communication. 1 minute, okay. So the functions of communication, I can talk about impacting, interacting, which is one of the most important elements in social communication. Stop disputes, because we want to make sure people to be communicating with each other to avoid any form of dispute. And I can say that the experiences that are available to us today focus on the culture of dialogue, what is known the public space where you have debates, discussions. So I want to finish by thanking all people who have helped in organizing this.
أشكر دكتور.
Thank you, Dr. Ibrahim Mashrouh, from Hassania Dar Hadith from the Kingdom of Morocco for this word zoning, socialization, and the culture of dialogue. And now we move straight to the last speaker by Professor Khadr Abdul Baqi, the Director General of the Nigerian Center, under the title Media and its role in instilling the culture of tolerance and dialogue. In the name of Allah, most gracious, most merciful, and the peace be upon his prophet, allow me to extend my sincerest thanks to this country and to His Eminence, Abdullah bin Bayya. May God bless him with health. The paper as it is, under the title, as it was mentioned by the president of this session, and I thank him, I will not thank him excessively, so that it wouldn't appear as corruption. So the paper for the consolidation of the culture of tolerance and dialogue. The paper is composed of an introduction and two main ideas, and then the conclusion. In the introduction, I talk about the importance of dialogue and the dissemination of the culture of tolerance and dialogue. And the first axis of the paper, I talk about a conceptual framework regarding the ideology of public opinion and in media studies, and also on the impact of media, and all the hypotheses of cultural seeding in so many media studies. And the second axis is the way we can instill the culture of dialogue and tolerance, and also on the positive values that need to be deeply rooted. And this will be a conceptual framework in order to showcase how we can deal with content that will be disseminated by media. And in conclusion, a few rules that should govern media activities in order to promote the ideas of tolerance and avoid hate speech that is adopted by terrorist groups, and then a few recommendations. So this is the conclusion. However, without reading the paper, you are all scholars and you all understand this field far more than I do. So this pair, or the main idea of media, I will not be talking about the importance of media, but I will just say that the main steps that drive the work of media outlets, we have the first one, which is the level of information, because the media outlets, they provide us with recipes and meals on the basis of those information, and on the basis of these information that we consume, we act, we behave, and this is how we are impacted by media. The second level of media and its influence, and here I highlight the importance of media because it builds a line of work and the predisposition, the psychological one of each and every single individual. And all this predisposition to behave in a way or another is influenced by media. And the last point on which the media can impact individuals is behavior. Decision making, and also adopting or embracing positions. And although this level is not impacted alone by media for decision making and the direction of going, because there are other parties who can have the same influence on equal footing, like the family and other institutions that were mentioned by Dr. Ibrahim concerning socialization. So this is just a conceptual introduction as to the definition of media in our society, and I move right away, and I'll be talking about the means and types of media that, well, the media outlets that create a line of thought that precedes behavior. And before adopting convictions, etc., and I'll be asking you a question. Is Corona over in our lives? No, Corona is right there. But then how media dealt with this phenomenon impacted our perception of Corona, because decision makers do not want to share this information at this very moment. And now you can understand the power and influence of media, because media determines our priorities, our agenda, what to think about as a priority. And even the African conference is made great because of media. Because if those who control media want to say, yes, this is a very important encounter, that would be so. Otherwise, we could see things differently. So this is just to reiterate what you have already in terms of information and highlight the importance of media. So there was in the media studies and research what we call the theory of cultural seeding. This can change the behavior of people by what media presents in terms of concepts and readings about things that do not even exist. For example, media can present that the Morapitin room is the best in the world, and we have artwork, and we have so many things, and then we will be convinced that this room is the best in the world. So this is the work of media, and it's the same as the work of poets. And we ask God not to be followers without thought. The media can just reiterate that the world is doing okay, and that such group or another group is the one who is creating instability around the world. And I beg your pardon for people who are specialized in media. We talk about media and we do not talk about communication. Now, media today, we have these theories of cultural seeding, who reassert that media can present a conceptual perception about people, individuals, and groups in a way that was presented to us easily to be consumed. They say to us that Daesh is a terrorist group, and tomorrow, if people who control media want to change the message, they can just change our perception, our landscape. And people who are presented today as belonging to Daesh, they can be presented as peacemakers. Now, the real question, is media the question, the issue? No, the problem is not the media, but those who work in the media. And this is why I would be addressing another hypothesis, that extremism and terrorism, who created them? We created them through a media that presented narratives that are well determined and defined. And this is how it was imposed on us, only one vision, instead of looking at things from a spectrum. And even the networks of social media, they are talking about how we can get away from a monopoly of the media, because the media was the only actor in the scene. How now can we make media? How can a media disseminate the culture of peace? And just briefly, we can say that media can now, in this context, to have practical scenarios about building the peace, the culture of peace in public opinion, in order to understand the importance of it. And the society, if they grasp the idea and embrace it, they can be an influencing party in order to instill a sustainable peace through the following steps. And what I will be mentioning, they are just technical things for media, and probably they are not relating to laymen, but the findings will be dealt with people. to have media spaces in all media outlets calling for peace and tolerance and coexistence. Second, to gradually widen the scope of media, also the publication, and emphasizing the intersection between the parties, and also put as a priority the greatest good of the nation. Also decreasing the spaces of publications, and here decreasing the spaces of publication of the points of discord between parties in a gradual way, and avoid all speeches of exclusion and hate speech, and reduce those speeches that deepen divide between us. And also, 5, to publish the drawbacks of violence and the danger that results from wars and conflicts. And in this regard, we have a vision as to how we can promote peace. And this has to do with the technical measures in developing the media speech and narrative. And concerning the narrative in itself, media need to promote the values of tolerance through the Sufi culture, and adopt and get inspired by Sufism, because Sufism is based on takhliya and tahliya. So takhliya, as the scholars of Tazkiyah, the operation of takhliya is through the fight of all the behaviors and the negative narratives that impede the idea of tolerance, in order to instill the culture of dialogue and ensure coexistence between all its constituents. And also the provocation in media, and those who do not accept the legitimate difference. And here, when I talk about differences about nations belonging, and this speech of takhliya is the one who makes us move away from the other and adopt exclusion, have ethnic fanaticism and exclusion, marginalization, hatred, violence. On the contrary, tahliya can take the place of takhliya, and this promotes tolerance and coexistence, and disseminates the culture of understanding and the values of citizenship and the acceptance of the other, and the democracy of diversity that lies in diversity. And at last, we want from media to consolidate the soul of brotherhood and the spirit of brotherhood within the components of society, and to educate the public to put the greater good as the highest priority. Then follows the individual good through programs and different media contents, coexistence with the neighbors, etc., democracy, and also the belonging to the country. And last but not least, what I said is applicable to media, but it is not applicable for social media, because social media is another world. It is totally different. As I mentioned, why? Because media has institutions that are well known, that are authorized, that they are under censorship. Conversely, social media, we ask God to help us. It is out of control, because social media have been instituted on the theory of the public space, and this is based on a philosophy that drives its spores from some kind of monopoly, and media before used to give us only one single view, and we were just swallowing governmental narratives, etc., etc. But then the theory of public spaces on which was based social media, they are saying that we have different worlds. And it's not only the world that was presented by the first channel, the second channel, the third channel. So allow me, specialized people in media, all what I presented was based on the traditional media, and it had nothing to do with public spaces within social media. And then I say humbly, Assalamu alaikum. Praise to God. I present to all the scholars and experts my sincerest thanks for the efforts made, and I ask God to pay them back for all those activities and for enlightening us, and thank you very much. Wassalamu alaikum.
نرجو من الجميع
We ask the participants to remain seated because we will resume the next session.
نتكلم احنا عادي.
Test micro, c'est bon. Donc je dis pour la régie, je vais parler d'ici, je vais projeter les slides là, et je désignerai les slides et je parlerai.
I'm going to talk from here and I will have my slide on the screen. قريتها.
التفسير السوي يقول
You have your time.
صحيح معك.
كم دقائق؟
7 دقائق.
Si on m'entend en régie. Faut prévenir. Faut prévenir tes amis en arabe que comme je vais parler avec des slides, enfin ce sera traduit, mais je vais parler avec des slides, les slides sont projetés derrière eux. Mais bon, ils font ce qu'ils veulent.
نعم. طبعا.
Alors je travaille à Paris et à Rabat. Je suis à Rabat par an. Je dirige un centre de sciences et de spiritualité. Vous allez parler en français ou en arabe? Traduction. Tout le monde parle en arabe.
أتكلم الفرنسية طبعا.
بس الإنسان سكان جنب.
عندك البرنامج لأن أحاول أفتح هذا ما يفتح عندي.
C'est mon second pays. J'ai fait
الوصف.
c'est extraordinaire. Très fier d'être là-bas. Le Maroc, oui.
Ceux qui doivent être
Oui. Merci.
السلام عليكم.
Good morning, peace be upon you. In the name of Allah, prayers on our prophets, Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Welcome to the 7th session of this African Conference for Peace. We welcome you yet again. This is going to be devoted to Africa and artificial intelligence, new prospects or perspectives. I remember that last year in one of the sessions we held, we talked about the importance of technology and artificial intelligence in Africa. And here we are again, giving yet another opportunity to talk about artificial intelligence in education, promoting peace, and the new perspectives and prospects of artificial intelligence in our African continent.
This morning, we will have an interactive, engaging, and dialogical panel. The good news is we only have 3 speakers. So we only have 3 speakers. So what that mean? That mean is more time for all of you to participate, to discuss, to ask questions, as well as to provide recommendations on the topic. Artificial intelligence, African and artificial intelligence, new possibilities and opportunities, and also we can discuss the challenges. So we have 1 hour. I just give you a kind of heads up so that you can think about what kind of questions are going to come back to you as an audience as well. So we have 3 speakers. Our first speaker will speak about artificial intelligence and how artificial intelligence can advance peace. He's also going to touch upon the ethics of artificial intelligence, as well as what are the risks that artificial intelligence can bring to Africa, the ethical risk I'm speaking about. So our first speaker, and he prepared slides for all of you, and I understand Professor John Stud is a famous professor and also أستاذ مشارك في جامعة محمد.
And he is also a professor at multi-educational University Mohammed VI. He is also the General Secretary of Paris University, Interdisciplinary University of Paris in France.
Ranked in France as one of the best dynamic speakers in France. So we're gonna test that here in workshop today. So without any further ado, I want to present you Professor John Stud.
Bonjour à tous.
Good morning. Can you put my slides on the screen? Please, my slides. Thank you. Good morning. I'm going to speak in French. I'm delighted to be here in Mauritania for the first time in my life, and I want to thank the organizing committee for having invited me. So we're going to wait until the sound system is working. I'm going to talk to you about artificial intelligence and how interesting it could be for Africa and what risks it may represent. As a matter of fact, artificial intelligence will allow Africa to skip certain phases and steps. Next slide, please. So you can see artificial intelligence will allow us to skip many phases or steps. And to understand that, I'm going to take other examples that will talk to you clearly. First example is the question of the mobile phone. This is the first time I'm doing this. I did a lot of conferences. This is the first time I'm holding 3 microphones. So, mobile phone. Next slide. Look at Nigeria. Nigeria, the number of mobile phones per capita, 100.1%. That is exactly what we have in the United States. So they have, because it's no use to have landlines today. And the same thing is in the example. You have Kenya, and the most advanced country worldwide in payment through mobile phones. If you look at the ratio, the amount made by or over phone, the number 1 is Kenya, ahead of China. We have lost the voice of the speaker. We have lost the voice of the speaker. So I was saying, the microphone is dead, he says, but I can teach adaptation to context. Look at Kenya. Why is Kenya way ahead? You can hear me fine? Yes, good. So Kenya didn't have a banking network. When people started using the mobile phone, they used the chips, and then they called the number to the village, and the mother would saw the number, and then they transferred money. M-Pesa saw that, and with the help of Moroccans, they have used the QR code. You don't need a banking network. You can send money over the phone. Next slide. You have dlight.com. It's true. You can check on their, they have changed life of 193 million people in this globe. 193 million people have seen their life changed, most of them in Africa, because of this. All the way to Nigeria, because they sell solar panels with individual batteries and at a very cheap price on credit, and you can pay in this company. They have changed the life of 193 million people. You don't need a landline phone. You don't need a banking account. You don't need the landline phone. So artificial intelligence is going to be the same thing. You won't have the Mac and Save. You won't have the advanced engineers. Artificial intelligence is going to do a lot of tasks that will allow you to access directly to a higher level of development without going through the previous phase that the Western world went through. Just like many African countries will have no landline telephones, will have no banking network, and you see the difference. So artificial intelligence is the same thing. That's the advantage. I'm not an expert for Africa. There are experts who will talk after me about Africa. But I am a philosopher, and I look at the ethical aspects more than anything. So I'm going to talk about the risks of artificial intelligence, because there are pros, but there are cons too. Artificial intelligence is a good assistant, but it could be a bad thing. Look at the first risk is you have the American Army, DARPA, dummies. So these are robots with rifles. that you can see here that are autonomous, and that's only the beginning. I'm going to show you a video. Look at this video. Look, here you have, now go back to the video, please. You have 2,000 drones commanded through artificial intelligence. Unfortunately, these drones could be of military use, and the Chinese already have this. You have a land drone and flying drone. They go and then they're gonna destroy everything on their way. Look at this plane that is dropping thousands and thousands of small drones because they are using artificial intelligence. That's why the artificial intelligence is at the same time good and bad. There are things that human beings cannot do, but can be done through the artificial intelligence. Look what this robot is doing. Look at how skilled it is. It can run, jump. It's a Chinese, is that when it's gonna be with the guns and weapons, you can imagine what it could do. Next, look, Avi Kochavi, who is the head of the ex-chief of the Israeli army, he says that in Gaza they can say there are 50 sites that we can hit at the same time. Now they are using software, and this software can give them 100 targets per day. So we are now moving from 50 targets a year in Gaza to 100 targets per day. So you can understand that there are so many dead people. That's a direct result of the bad usage of artificial intelligence. And look at the Guardian says, look how it works. Next slide. The second risk is Terminator. That is to say, artificial intelligence could take over our globe. So remember, we can use it with human beings. The second is that artificial becomes autonomous and then takes over power. And if it becomes artificial, I am Christian. I believe, like you, that human being is created by God. But people don't think about that. There are scientists who say that artificial intelligence can become something like us. What do they mean by like us? That is to say, not emulate or simulate human beings, but express fear, anxiety, hatred. And if you want to get rid of an artificial intelligence robot, he may want to kill you. So the idea is to know if the artificial intelligence will have feelings. Elon Musk, they all say that artificial intelligence is a risk because they could become autonomous, they could have its own agenda, its own goal. That's the second risk. That's what we call the Terminator risk, where we have the same idea. 10 years ago, November 2015, Amnesty International had launched a campaign in Geneva to stop killing robots. That is to say, a robot that triggers the bullet himself. In Gaza, I told you there was some artificial intelligence use, but validated by human beings. But the biggest risk is that artificial intelligence can trigger the shooting, and that's what we have to look into. Amnesty International for years now has been. Next slide. Now I call the nudge. This is the Netflix, Google, Spotify, Amazon. They put you in both and they say, you have bought this, you have read this, you're gonna buy this. So artificial intelligence starts deciding for you what you are going to read, what you are going to buy, and then we may lose our identity, lose our autonomy, and hand it over to another addiction. A Turing test, you have artificial intelligence which can talk to you like a human being, and it could make you addicted to it. ChatGPT is now for 1 year on the scene, and there are a lot of people who are in front of their computers using it all day long like an addiction. Let's watch the movie. Next slide, please. Click on it so that we can start the video. I'm going to tell you what did they say. The robot, her name is Sophia. She's asked by David Anson, the creator. And this camera, this robot has cameras. They can look at you, see if you are happy, if you are sad, and it answers you. It adapts its face according to your state of mind. The Turing test is that if you talk to a robot, here it has a plastic head. It's done on purpose because the idea is that you could have robots close to the human being that you may not tell if you are talking to a human being or a plastic robot. Here, this is this robot, Hale Butix. It behaves like a human being. It's that Sophia robot in better version. You have Tesla robots that can wait on you in a restaurant. These are robots that are replacing human beings in some factories in Germany. That's the fourth risk, the risk of addiction and of societal change. When you have a beautiful woman in your life, you know what's going to cause. To close, last risk, the sclerosis. Artificial intelligence is something great, very useful for Africa, but be careful. Don't entrust it with everything. It can give you the best music, but it's not going to create Beethoven, not Bach. Unless you give all the music, it won't create. So there's going to be what we call sclerosis risk. Anyway, to close, next slide, and I close. There is an ethical risk. You need what we call a minimal ethics in the use of artificial intelligence. That is, say, you need to have a control system. Artificial should never be the only one taking decisions. Learning of artificial is an important topic. It needs to respect international ethics. Look at what's happening with ChatGPT. Microsoft had this in 24 hours. So they had to, and ChatGPT is very politically correct. So we need to educate artificial intelligence and integrate it in our basic training. And the last image is, this is a French thinker who says the word is not sick, is just a kid. But when you see, but he's given more birth to things. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor.
Thank you so much. So I'm not going to comment on your presentation. So I will go directly to our next speaker so that we can allow more time for the audience and for discussion as well. So if you can move it to the speaker, that would be good, because Dr. Hamid is going to speak. أحول هناك له. المتحدث.
The second speaker is among the sons of this forum of Abu Dhabi for peace, and also the African Conference for Peace, and he's one of the disciples of Abdullah bin Bayya. I will be presenting to you Yusuf Hamidu, and he's one of the researchers of the Abu Dhabi Forum for Peace, and also he lectures and works in the University Ahmed bin Zayed for Human Sciences. As you all know, Hamidu is or accompanied His Eminence Abdullah bin Bayya for over a decade, and he was one of his followers, and he wrote and published so many academic contributions as to the methodology of Sheikh bin Bayya, and he's very well known. And you have the floor, Dr. Yusuf Hamidu. In the name of Allah, most gracious, most merciful, and peace be upon his Prophet Muhammad and his family and companion. At the outset, I would like to thank the African Conference for Peace for the invitation and for honoring me to take part in this encounter. And I would like to thank Dr. Ahmed Sanusi for these kind words. My topic today revolves around artificial intelligence and the consolidation of societal dialogue in Africa. At the start, I would like to convey to you two paragraphs of His Eminence bin Bayya in the Conference of Hiroshima on Ethics of Artificial Intelligence in 2024, and I quoted him on purpose, first of all, in order to pay homage and tribute to him, and also to showcase the importance of having a solid ground for the paper that I will be presenting to you, taking into consideration that all the initiatives that were realized by Abu Dhabi Peace Forum that were presided by bin Bayya is the result of a project from driving its force from fiqh, from humanity at the regional and international levels, that started with jurisprudence and exegesis, and also keeping up with modernity. Bin Bayya said in Hiroshima, as to the ethics of artificial intelligence, this conference seeks to make into use artificial intelligence for peace, and undoubtedly this purpose is pressing more than ever, because humanity is longing and yearning for any means of putting an end to conflicts and decreasing disputes. The answer to the question why are we putting artificial intelligence at the surface of peace, it is quite clear, as I mentioned, And the question how can we just put into service artificial intelligence for peace, and is the operational aspect that needs research and contemplation. And in order to answer this question, we can consider it through two main lenses and intercomplementary ones. There is the existential aspect and the void aspect in terms of existence. The results of the artificial intelligence should be able to disseminate the values of peace and tolerance and put an end to bloodshed and reduce and mitigate conflicts and consolidate trust between people. As to the void aspect, and so that those products will not contribute in waging wars and also escalating conflict. So now this speech of Ben Bia was universal, and it was addressed to a conference assisted by international delegates. But now Africa was really present in this narrative, in this orientation, taking into account two aspects. Africa is part of the world, no matter what the considerations are. And the second aspect is that Africa is the future of the world, as it is well known in the political, economic, and social arenas, along with other spheres. So now, the issue of peace in Africa is not only a political problem or a social one. It is, in its depth, an issue of jurisprudence and fiqh that has to do with understanding reality and adopting the objectives of Sharia and the customs in Africa to this purpose. And now, peace is a general objective, and this is the highest and the most noble of which. In this regard, we need to make research in the fiqh of reality and of forecast. And artificial intelligence is a new horizon and perspectives for us that are full of potentials in order to put an end and preempt conflicts. Artificial intelligence can be regarded as the fiqh jurisprudence rule. The means are used to an end whenever the cause is positive and desired, and especially in Sharia. And when we talk about preserving the peace of society and coexistence, this is the highest of objectives. Starting from this base, the analysis of data and also following indicators of tensions and disputes should be used in order to reconcile and also avoid chaos, conflicts, disputes, and have preemptive solutions and anticipatory ones in order to avoid disorder. And for this, we need to consider digital analysis not as rigid tools, but tools that can help decision maker in reading the societal changes and transformations and economic, political ones as well. Artificial intelligence can allow us to detect hate speech and the influence of public opinion through the analysis of big data that will allow us to have a forecast and anticipate and have the right rules that to avoid harm in our religion as our prophets recommended. And for sure, the investment of artificial intelligence in order to serve peace requires ethical considerations. In this regard, they need to be regulated by the rules of equity and parity and not spying or intrusion in personal affairs of others. So we need to mitigate those possible impacts through the right jurisprudence that takes into account the particularity and the cultural one of the African continent that is based on solidarity and coexistence. In this context, we need to reiterate that artificial intelligence is not an alternative to human wisdom and the accumulated experience in terms of jurisprudence. It needs to serve humanity and complement the traditional and authentic methodology that is derived from our Sharia and from our societies. So all the means of peace cannot just be handled through algorithms, but we need to regulate them by the intervention of religion and the human hand. So there must be some kind of compliance compatibility between technology and our customs and religion in conflict resolution. For artificial intelligence, it is very, it has the potential to put an end to conflicts and provide a comprehensive and participatory approach for peace consolidation in Africa, because peace in its core, as Sheikh mentioned at several occasions, is not the absence of conflict, but it is an ecosystem that is intercomplementary based on mutual respect and understanding. And artificial intelligence has so many tools for analysis that are developed and that can be invested in order to ensure digital mediation and smoothing communication between societies. Mediation is a tool for stability and putting an end of conflicts, and this is among the most noble objectives because they are based on compromise, concession, and the research and search for common ground. And the traditions in Africa had a very positive impact on societies, and even conventional councils and tribal mediations helped in conflict resolution in such a way to preserve the balance within society. And today, the ever-changing landscape imposes on us the necessity to adapt those means, conventional and traditional ones, to combine them with the tools of artificial intelligence in order to make of them something bigger than just a local practice and to give it a feature, a universal feature. Artificial intelligence in digital mediation gives us so many opportunities in order to analyze the societal conflicts through the analysis of the discourse with precision, and also through the design of strategies of compromise and consensus that will lead to a well-regulated framework and that will combine the social values and technology. Mediation that is supported by AI remind us of so many controversies as to the personal data, particularity, because these tools need to serve a peace instead of worsening wars and conflicts. This digital mediation cannot be relying only on virtual solutions, but we need to adapt them to the local reality in the African continent in order to preserve the local particularity, the religion, the social particularity, and also to be tailored in such a way to take into account the diversity in Africa. Artificial intelligence has so many potentials for analysis and also technical features that can help us in providing a digital platform for dialogue. And we need to have a clear philosophical conviction that reflects the depth of our African culture and our diversity, where history meets traditions and where the local wisdom can interweave with technology. This can only be a logical extension of the African ecosystem that is based on Ubuntu, which means I do exist because we do exist. And this reflects the conviction that the individual can only exist through interaction with the other. And dialogue is not a concession and an abnegation, but based on coexistence. This artificial intelligence can be a bridge between societies in Africa. And this artificial intelligence can consolidate diversity and enrich dialogue, and also to revive the spirit of dialogue that is based on heeding and listening with a heeding core and ear. And even the platforms for discussions do not lie in technology, but also in providing the right environment that will preserve and protect humanity and make them the pivot for all what is required for in terms of information technology. And all the Almighty will create people, make them gave them the responsibility of managing this earth, and we cannot give the same responsibility to AI, but we need technical tools, and this is how we, and also to preempt and prevent, bridge the gap between so many segments in terms of access to technology, and preserve the religious and social and ethnic particularities of the African communities, and protect them from tensions and conflicts. So thank you very much for listening.
شكرا.
Thank you, Dr. Yusuf Hamitou, for this insightful presentation. I really liked the passage where you took an excerpt from our eminent Sheikh's speech in Hiroshima. Please be advised that the paper that Maulana Sheikh gave in Hiroshima was won in a forum on peace, and that program was under the delegation that was created by Abu Dhabi Forum of Peace in partnership with the Vatican and with the Pope. The forum created a new delegation, came out with the Roma call or declaration about the role of artificial intelligence. And that was between the Christians, the Catholics, and the Muslims. And this was signed in Rome. And there were some Jewish people there. So the three religions were there. Because of the importance of that topic, Ben Beya deemed it important to bring the Eastern religions to monitor artificial. That's why there was the Hiroshima conference, in such a way as to bring in the Hinduism, Buddhism, and some of the Eastern religious backgrounds, so that they could agree to better monitor the ethical risks of artificial intelligence. The declaration says we don't want the machine to become, we want so that this tool serves the human being in light of Islam principles. And there is now a group under Muntada Abu Dhabi coming from different countries. Now I move to the third speaker, Musa Dambaba. Dr. Musa Dambaba is a university professor and deputy director of the World Center for in Mauritania. You have the floor, Dr. Musa, to share with us your presentation. Then we will ask the presence, the attendees, to ask questions. Dr. Musa, you have the floor. Peace be upon you. Prayers on our prophets, Muhammad. I'm going to speak on the same topic, challenges of artificial intelligence in Africa. We said what artificial intelligence can bring to Africa and for other countries or other continents. We as Africans, the question we need to ask, are we ready to use it, or do we have other challenges to face? We definitely have some challenges to overcome. Well, we need to understand what is artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence, these are algorithms, these are systems that are designed to solve problems. That is to say, artificial intelligence needs problems, and it's there to solve them. And in Africa, unfortunately, we have many problems. And so we need artificial intelligence. Among the problems that we have immigration problems. This is a serious plight. So artificial intelligence can help us master the migration of youth. We have borders. Remember, our frontiers in Africa are porous, so we can use some artificial intelligence technology to better secure our borders. We have also problems of droughtness, environmental issues, and artificial intelligence can help. We have poverty. Artificial intelligence can also help in husbandry, in breeding livestock and agriculture. We have many countries which are facing internal domestic conflicts, and this has a price on our economy. So it is said with the experts, according to experts, that in a country, if 30% of the youth are unemployed, we have armed conflict. Well, artificial intelligence can help us to foresee these conflicts. Remember, artificial intelligence uses data. We can use it to come up with some profitable sectors and reduce the problem of unemployment among youth. So these are things where Africa can think on artificial intelligence. The challenges are here. There are many challenges because artificial intelligence requires a lot of means. You need data, and this data needs to be created. And to create this data, you need money. You need to have financial means to create this data. I'm going to come up with some suggestions, but for the time being, I'm talking about the problem that we are facing in Africa. So the creation of data requires skills, and these skills, unfortunately, are not available in Africa. Although there are some countries who have people very backward. The education system of the 60s and 50s no longer serves. We have artificial intelligence, so we need to improve our educational systems in such a way as it could be adapted to the new reality that we have. Technological innovation imposes on us that we change our mindsets. Many people who use things that were functioning no longer function, no longer work. If I give an example, when you ask a student today if he knows how to calculate exponential, we have know the integrals, the equations, and the at school. But nobody knows why we do that. We have never been told why we do exponential. We know who vomit what you teach them, but they don't understand why science is used. And this is something that needs to be changed. We need to show to youth why we are studying something. Artificial intelligence, we need mathematics. And for us in our, we say that math is complex and abstract. Yes, it's difficult because we never understood why we are using it. When you explain to somebody why the integral is things that we find today in medicine, in economics, in statistics, but you have to explain these things to people so that they understand why. So our education system needs to evolve. This requires means because it requires technologies. We need computers. Unfortunately, when you look our schools, except for those who are teaching computer science, nobody knows what is a computer. And even those who are studying computer science, they discover the computer at the university level, which means we are way back. Technology needs to be taught from middle school and high school. And this will allow us to evolve in our educational system. When you compare ourselves with the colonial countries, we realize that we kind of copied and pasted what they did. And they have evolved and we kept the same old system. So if we want to be competitive, we need to change things. Africa has all the means available to it to do it. The first thing is that Africa is a very young continent. The majority of our population is young, which is not the case in other continents. Artificial intelligence needs young people. You just need to train those youth. When you train them, we can do this step. We shouldn't stay here and remain consumers. All the products that we use are manufactured outside the countries and then we consume them. We need to be manufacturers. We do need to consume and manufacture. We have skills for that. All what we need is the will. For as far as the means are concerned, that's my suggestion anyway. When you conjugate efforts and pool efforts, we can surmount many problems. For example, we need a data center. Remember, artificial intelligence requires a data center full of data. Well, one African country cannot create a data center. However, we can create data center at a regional level. Alone, we visit our way of doing things. You graduate, you don't want the enterprise to tell you what to do, but you need to tell them what to adopt. We always have in our systems the business that imposes things on the graduates. So to create job opportunities, artificial intelligence or digital technology, they are going to see jobs disappearing. But which jobs are going to disappear? Those are the ones that are lacking skills. Well, artificial intelligence will create jobs for skilled people. You need to be competent, and for that you need to train. And here I wouldn't repeat it enough. Training. And if they are trained and skilled, they are going to find no problem getting job. That would be their green or blue passports that opens doors in front of them anywhere. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Professor.
Thank you very much.
Let's give him a round of applause to Professor Musa Dambaba.
Sorry?
You want to put your equipment so I can ask you a question?
Okay, go ahead.
Come back to you to get your questions. But Professor Musa, you spoke about artificial intelligence.
Ils partent parce que, à cause de la pauvreté, à cause de l'instabilité des États. C'est ça qui pousse les jeunes à partir. Alors, pour cela, l'intelligence artificielle peut aider les États, par exemple. Malheureusement, certains États ont des problèmes économiques. Alors, l'intelligence artificielle permet aux États de mieux gérer leur économie. Par exemple, en faisant l'analyse.
For example, for data analysis, by analyzing big data, we are capable of making forecasts for the GDP of states and also the risks that states can have in the future. And this will allow us to overcome so many challenges in advance. We could not do this before, but now we can do it. And the second thing, how we can leverage AI, we can geolocalize people. Now we have migrants who go to Morocco or to Algeria, and there are so many families who do not know where their children are. If we use digital technology, we can geolocalize those people, especially for children. We can just know where the children are, and because sometimes children go without the consent of their parents. If you are able to geolocalize them, you will know that your children went somewhere and where exactly, and this will allow you to ensure the follow-up or just prevent them from going, and this will create jobs. And if you create jobs, people will not leave their countries.
Now it's your turn. Let me say that I would like to begin the discussion if they are youth and women in the audience. And I want to begin if there is any sister who would like to open the discussion for us or make a comment. Yes, I see one sister there raising hand. And any other sister would like to speak? I want to prioritize the woman in this session. So my sister, and then I have my sister here as well, the youth sister. Is that Maimuna or who is that? All right. So my sister, take the microphone. Please, you do have 1 minute. So you say your name, yes, your name and your affiliation or country. يعني الاسم
Your name, affiliation, and country. And it can be a question, it can be a comment, in order to have the maximum of Q&A. Assalamu.
And I'm from Los Angeles, California, USA. And I don't remember what else I was supposed to say, but I was very...
That's it, sister. Now, what is the question or the comment?
So my question is the brother said that he did not think the data, that a particular region could develop their own data. And I would like to know why you think that's the case.
Okay, and that question directed to who? Any specific person?
I believe it was the last person who spoke.
The last person, to Professor Musa.
Yes, and then my second question would be to the first person.
Can you repeat the first question he's asking?
You said that the database could not be developed by a region, right? By a particular region. You said it would take a larger entity to make it happen. And I want to know why you think that that database could not be developed by a particular region and not abroad, but local.
Thank you. Sister, second question.
To the first presenter regarding AI, what I have experienced using AI is that it copies information and it also causes problems. So, for example, I used it for the first time for speed. And next thing I know, I get emails saying, take our information off of your site, don't use our information. And I'm wondering what the heck these people are talking about. So I go back and I read, because I normally develop my own information. And so I'm reading it and I remembered that I got lazy and I used AI. So the copyright issue is really, really important with AI. And I hope that we're going to concentrate and let people know that you have to be very careful legally.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sister. Yes, give it to my sister there as well. Second.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim.
In the name of Allah, most gracious, most merciful, Dr. Amina Tajallu, a researcher at the University of Conakry. My question to Mr. Jack, you mentioned so many risks of the use of AI, but you did not mention the risk of losing reason, because you are a philosopher, and we know that philosophy and religion are based on reason. And I do think that with the use of artificial intelligence, we can just kill reason. We will not have critical thinking. So what will be the role of humans with artificial intelligence? And the reason that is really of utmost importance for Muslims and also for philosophers, what will be the role of humans? Thank you very much.
Wait, just wait. I'm gonna come to you last. I want to get more audience. Yes, my sister here. You can take note. Yes, my sister.
Bismillah.
In the name of Allah, most gracious, most merciful, and peace be upon His Prophet. Thank you very much, Sheikh Abdullah bin Bayya, for organizing this encounter. I have a question. This question has to do with the sessions that preceded and the ones of today. We noticed that these encounters give high value to the youth and women, but the reality is totally different. And my question is to the speakers and to the participants. What is the methodology that can enable us to change customs and traditions that accept giving violence to women and excluding her, and also dropping out from school in certain factions? And now we are far from integrating her in AI and also preventing women from mediation and reconciliation, especially in hotspots of conflicts. And this is what happened in a very developed city. This city excluded women from mediation and reconciliation because they said that they could not just fight, and therefore they cannot take part in conflict resolution and reconciliation. And you all know that woman is the most vulnerable segment of exclusion, displacement, and the woman is afflicted with her husband and so many aspects of her lives in these zones of conflict. So what is the solution? Can we today think about the inclusion of women in these fields? And thank you very much.
شكرا لك. سؤال جيد. انتقل إلى روان الشباب there. Rowan, please, you have a minute. Introduce yourself and from where you are coming.
شكرا, thank you. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. My name is Rawad. Originally from Yemen, and I live in the United Kingdom. I'm here with a youth delegation from a common word among the youth, كلمة سواء بين الشباب. Firstly, I'd like to congratulate the organizers of the conference to include such a very important session in the program. And thank you for highlighting the opportunities and also the threats. I'll come to the question because it's a major topic. And my question, depending on the answer, could lead to a recommendation. Of course, we're familiar with the Rome call that you suggested earlier, the Rome call for AI ethics and algorithmics, which is the use of ethics in algorithms in AI. And the coming together of the Abrahamic faiths. So my question is, given the major threat and risk to humanity with the real risk of negative use of AI, as we found already and illustrated by the presentations, are we looking to set up institutions that will defend the humanity and the human use, or the positive use of AI, and so therefore mitigate the risks of the existential threats that comes with AI? And in these institutions, do we have the experts, both religious, faith, the private sector, the community sector, the charity sector, where we can ensure that, and young people in particular, because of course with time, it is the young generation that will be living in this, future threat to society that is imminent. So the question is, are we looking to establish these strong institutions to ensure that the ethics are used and the accountability is held in AI, given the potential, the real threat in the future to our future generations? Shukran. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Rawat. Do I see any youth or woman would like to speak? I want to prioritize that. Yes, my sister there.
Assalamu alaikum, Dr. Widad.
Dr. Widad from Benin. I wanted just to mention for the first speaker to attract his attention to a very important point concerning the core relation between AI and time, which means today we are having information in a very quick manner, but at the same time these information became very difficult to consolidate, which means information and knowledge comes very quickly, but at the same time we cannot consolidate it and keep it, and is just obsolete. Is this the future of humanity? So how would be the future of humanity? How can we qualify somebody as a scholar? Because the person can answer any question, but then never it can be leaving a trace in our minds.
Yes, back there. You can come closer to the mic.
Bismillah. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Assalamu alaikum.
A PhD candidate, Columbia University. I'm here to ask this question. I would like first to congratulate the organizers for the wonderful execution of this conference, and thank you so much for the opportunity. The question that I have is, or a recommendation slash, is how can we ensure that these kind of conferences are getting some philosophy behind the execution of the communique that we are getting from the scholars and the intellectuals in these kind of meetings? Because it's very important that we listen to the good recommendations and good executions and philosophies, but we want to see this happening on the ground. We want to see the implementations and
localizations. Thank you. Thank you so much, Omar. All right, I'm going to take two more. I'm going to get two more questions, and then we'll come back to the stage so we can. Yes, you can. Yeah, come closer.
Dr. Muhammad. Dr. Muhammad. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Dr. Abd Samad bin Barak, the President of Atlas Center for Development and Research, Strategic Agent. I will be speaking in Arabic. the controversy of AI that is presented today, it is presented with insistence in the African continent, and this is a phenomenon that is very persistent in our daily lives, and this is just a phase of our evolution as a humanity. And I think that we have legal aspects that are well known as to the legality of the use of AI, but at the same time, in Africa and in the Arab world, we are quite reluctant to use this AI because there was a very negative experience for the Arab youth in dealing with social media in the last decade, when those young people just embarked on revolutions in the Arab world, and it affected heavily so many states. And today, Africa with its reality, because Africa is a rising continent, it is a very important one with resources that is witnessing dynamics and witnessing a new impetus within this international world that is constantly changing. So how can we secure the use of AI, especially for this continent that witnesses so many risks and problems, terrorism and transborder crimes, and along with so many disputes and armed conflicts in our continent. So how can we just secure the use? He stopped the question, sorry. Thank you. Now we're almost, because there is another session and we need to wrap up this session. But before wrapping up and before giving back to the floor, I would like to give the opportunity to Muftah Saleh Rifawi, the President of the Delegation of Supervision and Murabata, Ishraf and Murabata from Libya. You have 1 minute, Sheikh Muftah. Thank you, Chairman. In the name of Allah, most gracious, most merciful, God be praised, who ordered peace and made it a foundation for our lives, and peace be upon his prophet, who set the foundations of brotherhood between nations, and on his family and companions. Excellency, the President of the Islamic Republic of Mauritania, Mohammed Ould Sheikh Al Ghazwani, dear brother, the President of the African Conference for Peace, Sheikh Abdullah bin Bayya, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the High Council of Ashraf and Murabitin in Libya, allow me to express our pride in taking part in this conference that is of utmost importance, that is held under the high patronage of the President of the Islamic Mauritanian Republic, and also by the support of the Emirates. Ladies and gentlemen, the African continent is witnessing today a reality that is filled with challenges that threaten its stability, including conflicts and extremism and terrorism, along with social and economic crises. Within this framework, dialogue is a necessity for all of us in order to deal with these crises on the basis of our Islamic values, around which dialogue revolves. A dialogue that calls for peace and avoiding skirmishes and disputes, and adopting a policy of conflict resolution. This is a world heritage that embodies the values of tolerance and customs that our societies and peoples have known throughout history. We need to revive those values and consolidate them as a way of life in order to overcome conflicts and to build a sustainable future. All the successful stories in Africa showcase that reconciliation is key to stability and development. In this regard, allow me to reiterate that reconciliation is not only a political choice, it is a religious obligation, an ethical one that is based on the values of justice and respect for the other. And Libya, for example, is presenting a very important model in this regard, as it is not sparing any effort to face the internal challenges through the national dialogue with the different Libyan factions. And in this context, we need to hail the pivotal role that is played by the Libyan armed forces under Khalifa Haftar in fighting terrorism and extremism and setting the foundations of stability. And the armed Libyan forces was the safety valve for the country. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, my brother, Sheikh Abdel Fattah, for these words. Thank you for these kind words concerning the African conference, and thank you very much for your participation. And just to give the opportunity to other people to take the floor, so thank you very much, Excellency Minister. Please, the floor is yours. Thank you very much. I am the former Minister of Religious Affairs in Tunis. Peace be upon his prophet and his family and companions. And Mr. Chairman, I wanted just to hail your idea concerning AI, since you put the topic in its second framework, which is the ethical and legal framework, as Dr. Hamidou talked about justice, equity, and principles and values. And this legal and ethical framework is very important, especially if we regard or deal with the issue outside the context of war and peace. Because, for example, in medicines, there is a very important field because science is progressing very quickly. And we have sometimes extra uterus pregnancy, and even the fetus can develop outside the womb of his mother, and then we have a human. And this is astonishing because of AI, because sometimes there might be some modifications of genes of the fetus of the baby. So we need to take into account the ethical considerations. So thank you very much, Excellency Minister. You mentioned a very important point. Do you know that some councils of fiqh in the Islamic world worked very much on this issue? Do you know this? For example, just give me an example. Give me an example. The councils of Ifta, legal ones, yes, this happened in Kuwait. There was a conference on those issues that were raised during the conference. And even the foundations of it in fiqh, sunnah, and the holy book were mentioned. And even, for example, the 3 dimensions construction of human limbs were mentioned, and even a heart was built and not even fixed. And these issues are very important, and for this we need to take into consideration the ethical and legal, Islamic legal aspects, and we also need to subdue them to the rules of equity and justice. But can we alone to deal with this issue in order to insert ethical and legal considerations? No, there are other nations who are looking into the issue. Are they having the same approach as ourselves? And just a very last one. I'm sorry. I wanted to ask a question to Jean Stron, just to ask him kindly if the example that was mentioned of Koshabi was a choice. Was it random or meant? Because can't you see that this reminds us of the worries and the very dire situation of Palestinians? Just to dissipate doubt, was it deliberate or just random?
All right, so شكرا لكم. نحن الآن سنعود إلى المنصة.
Thank you. We are going to go back to the panelists to answer the questions, and we apologize if we didn't give the floor to everybody to answer. And we hope in the next session to give you
number of questions and comments, but the challenge is I want you to summarize all of this in 2 minutes.
OK. Donc, les premières questions étaient sur la...
This question was about the reason and the question of repeating the fact that it is not reason. I talked about the risk. I talk about the 5 risks. You have terminator risk, where artificial intelligence can take control of the planet. It can be used for war. When I talked about Gaza, to show how the suffering of Palestinians were increased in an exponential way through artificial intelligence. To identify targets, they use artificial intelligence. So unfortunately, some of the 45,000 people who died were killed because of artificial intelligence information giving to the Sahar. So the Guardian article was talking about the soldiers, Israeli were shooting on the basis of artificial intelligence data that we're giving to them. The number 4 risk, when we talk about artificial intelligence, we leave reality and we let artificial intelligence think for us. This is so the risk of sclerosis is that when you use GPS, sometimes your areas of your brain stop working because you are following the GPS instead of finding the way yourself. To have its autonomy, its reason, and that's very important. There were also a lot of presentations to say, are we ethical? Are we up to level with the different ethical issues? There are advances, but we still need more, as a matter of fact. Two minutes. In the name of Allah, prayers on the Prophet and his skins. First, I want to go back to the ethical challenges. Of course, I will start with the example that we have. A few years ago, nobody talked about peace or the culture of peace or from a religious humanist perspective. Today, we talk about peace through what our forum has been doing in disseminating peace. So this is something that requires the same effort. We need to have voices that would create ethics about this topic, which means we are still in the embryonic stages when it comes to Africa. Well, the forum has an important role to play in as far as artificial intelligence is concerned. All the actors who were in Hiroshima was heeding the African voice. Add to this, many of the fatwa, like the Emirati example, can be quoted. And there were many topics that were discussed, like data, trading, etc. So this led to have serious discussion in this topic. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Hamito. Dr. Musa. With regard to the question raised by the creation of local data bank, I said it's not that we can't. I said that there are countries who may not be able to create because the data center creation requires a lot of means and people don't have the means for that. It requires skills and some countries don't have this. That's why people can pool their efforts, create data centers to pool their efforts. That's what I said in my presentation. Another point that were raised, that's the ethical aspect of artificial intelligence. I said that mentalities should change. We need to change our mindset, and the laws should change also, taking into account new technologies. If I give you an example, if we take Sharia, for example, Marriage Act, we says the tutor of the man or the tutor of the woman. Now we can use information is that could be the tutor for the woman can be remotely involved. So we are going to change our mentalities. The biggest danger is not artificial intelligence, is to refuse artificial intelligence, because artificial intelligence is part of us, is in our telephone. Everybody wants smart TV, smart mobile phone. So we need to accept them and we need to adjust our laws to artificial intelligence. At the end of this session, we want to thank you, but I want to refer to what says the lady from Tunisia about the role of women, and she raised an important issue, and I want to answer her question. And I do agree with her in that women has a role to play, not only in artificial intelligence, but in mediation, dialogue. A woman should have an important role. And you may remember from yesterday when I talked about the role of women in Central Africa, who had raised a truce. And we have with us here the mayor of that PK5 area, Muhammad Tahir bin Ladudo. I don't know if he's in the room or not, but the woman played an important role. And the UN studies say that when women is present in discussing peace treaties or signing peace treaties, very often that the treaty is enacted. So we do appreciate that role so that women can take her natural position in every field. I fully agree with you, ma'am. The second thing from the gentleman by the name of Rawad. Finally, to close, we have with us here His Excellency the Minister Mislemani, but we welcome you from Egypt, Dr. Ahmed Mislemani from Egypt, but we want also to thank the speakers, the panelists and the participants who asked questions, and apologies if we haven't had a chance to give the floor to everybody to speak, but in the next, we're gonna take 10 minutes and then we come back for the last session of today. Thank you so much.
الرجاء من الجميع البقاء في الأماكن لأن الجلسات متواصلة.
Yes, yes.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. رجاء.
Assalamu alaikum. Please be seated. We will resume the proceedings. Please be seated. We will resume right away.
Non. Le premier.
Merci, merci. On va.
Thank you very much. We will resume right away. Please be seated. We will start now. Please.
Okay.
Merci, merci.
Thank you very much. We will resume. Please be seated. Take your seats, please.
We will be starting in a few. Eu égard au grade.
Given all protocol observed, we will start shortly.
أصحاب السعادة.
Excellencies, allow me at the outset to welcome you and to extend to you our expressions of gratitude, and to the Sheikh Abdullah bin Baya, President of Abu Dhabi Forum for Peace, on all those who contributed for the invitation to the UNHCR to be present with you in the 5th edition of the African Conference for Peace Promotion, and that is under the title in 2025, The African Continent, the Duty of Dialogue and the Relevance of Reconciliations under the high patronage of His Excellency President, the President of the Islamic Republic of Mauritania. And we seize the opportunity to thank you for the warm welcome that we witnessed since we set foot in the Islamic Mauritanian Republic. Excellencies, dear colleagues, dear guests, I would like to welcome once again my colleagues, because amongst us a plethora of experts who are specialized in refugees issues throughout the world, and most particularly in Africa, and also international protection in this session dedicated to the controversy of asylum seeking, immigration, and peace challenges. And among whom His Excellency, Mr. the Ambassador David Puyana, Ambassador of the University of Peace to the United Nations and its agencies in Geneva and in Vienna, followed by my colleague, His Excellency Tayyar Shukru, representative of the UNHCR in Mauritania, and the expert Huguette Milani. And now I will switch to French in order to give the title. She works in the World Bank, in the World Bank Group. She's expert in all issues pertaining to education. Ladies and gentlemen, you're all welcome in this session. And without a further ado, I'll give the floor to Mr. David for the opening remarks. Please, the floor is yours. Good afternoon. In this occasion, I would like to thank His Excellency Sheikh Abdullah bin Baya and His Excellency Sheikh Al-Mahfoud bin Baya, Secretary General for the Forum for Peace in Abu Dhabi, for his support. The UNHCR, the Office of the UNHCR, and also the Peace University that was created by the United Nations 43 years ago, established a new strategic partnership in 2022 in order to have, in collaboration with so many parties, in order to favor a global pact on refugees and to enhance research, education, and solidarity with the displaced and appetites. And also, I thank you for the highly esteemed invitation to our office as a strategic partner. And also, I would like to thank the civil society because we organized a series of roundtables in order to study the protection of refugees and the displaced, internally displaced, and other people who are vulnerable, and in order to establish inclusive communities, and all this within the vision of leaving no one behind. So I'm seizing the opportunity to inform you that the Office of the UNHCR and the University for Peace held the high-level meeting on the theme local solutions for Pacific coexistence in the regional context of Europe in 26 November 2024. That was held in Geneva, Palais des Nations. And now we are really delighted to contribute in this meeting, and also we will Nouakchott in Mauritania. We are delighted to be present, and in this regard, I would like to thank the government of Mauritania for the continuous and unwavering support. Dialogue throughout the world is embodied by the ministerial high level that will be organized by UNHCR in December 2025 in Geneva. And the results of this dialogue today are as follows: to adopt the good practices and efficient practices, and also to build inclusive communities that are leaning towards peace, and also to increase activities on the field. And the university will compile and publish a final document, and also to raise awareness of the forum as to the people touched by the displacements, and also raise awareness as social cohesion and consolidation of peace. The Office of UNHCR will raise awareness participants as to resilient and sustainable solutions for new actions, and will address the connect engagements for stakeholders in the Global Forum on Refugees on behalf of the University for Peace.
Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much, Excellency. I thank you again for being bold enough to deliver your speech in French. I thank you for this, and I seize the opportunity to highlight further the partnership that we are trying to establish with your university, because UNHCR is committing to the conditions of coexistence between refugees and also the hosting communities, and we have a memorandum of understanding, and we are working as well on or through these conferences and platforms to strengthen this with an action plan. Thank you very much for your participation and being here amongst us. Now, I'll give the floor to the World Bank Group in order to share with us their experience in terms of advocacy for the inclusion of refugees in the national educational systems. Madam, you have the floor. Thank you very much. Excellency, Mr. President of the Islamic Republic of Mauritania, Eminence Sheikh bin Baya, Excellency Sheikh Mahmoud bin Baya, Excellencies, dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is with honor that I'm addressing you today, and allow me to express my gratitude to the organizers of the conference and also to the scholars, religious leaders, and all those people who dedicate their effort to peace building. Your commitment is essential, because peace cannot be just imposed. It is built. We can shape it on a daily basis by our choices, our activities, and our ability to include those who are left behind, but peace cannot be confined to the absence of conflicts. This is the fruit of justice, dignity, and opportunities for everybody, and it relies on the inclusion of women, the youth, the displaced and marginalized communities. Without those pillars, peace will just be fragile, and it will stimulate what can be destroyed at any moment. And now I'll be talking about an African woman that is committed. I am talking as a committed woman, and also as a survivor of the genocide in Rwanda. I witnessed destruction, pain, and chaos, and I saw how peace can quickly be annihilated and how hard it can be to rebuild it. I witnessed the strength of resilience, the power of pardon and forgiveness, and the ability of people to rise again when the humans are the very heart of initiatives. Today we have 40 million Africans who are displaced because of climate change and other factors, the millions of people who are suffering and have uncertain future. All those things are the results of our collective responsibility, and this is what calls for the need of commitment to peace and justice. History showed us that immigration is always an engine of development. The refugees not asking for charity, they're only asking for dignity. And Africa is the youngest continent with people below 19, the majority. And in 2050, this will be a young continent, and education is the means against instability. When a child learns, they can set bridges stronger than walls, and for girls, they can be pillars for their communities. Today, we have We have 150 million girls, and this will reach 200 million by 2030. Just let's imagine what we can do if those girls can have access to education, and in order to unleash their potential, we cannot just be remnants in inertia. We need to act very quickly and adapt to the reality of the world in order to leave no one behind, no girls, no displaced, no marginalized neighborhoods. The future of Africa is on the shoulder of young people and women. Although they are excluded from peace processes and the governance processes, we know very well that peace agreements are 35% higher to be accepted if women participate in them. Yesterday we talked about young women about this point, and we know that young people bring new solutions and new perspectives and an energy that can transform societies. It is not only a symbolic issue or quota, this is a must today. Let's look at Rwanda after the genocide. Women, and they are heading a national reconciliation, and more than 60% of seats in parliament. So this is something unprecedented. It's not only statistics. This is a demonstration of how women can break the barriers for participation. Any political process can be very vulnerable without the inclusion of women, because women are the first actors of change, and we are at a turning point, and Africa has an opportunity to create resilience. But for those who are struggling, and or rather, in order to translate those efforts fully, we need to have a bold action and be audacious, because before we need to ensure for refugees access to employment and protection, and invest in the women and the youth, not because of obligation, but because we are seeking sustainable solutions to make of education a priority. We talked about this in the previous session, not only in order to learn or teach them and to fight ignorance, but no, just to create solid people and create spaces for dialogue and collective action. We cannot impose peace. We need all to contribute to peace for all of us. And we should spare no effort, all of us, because when we educate a community or a girl, we educate the whole family, because we integrate the youth, we transform the community. Africa has everything to succeed, and if we work hand in hand, civil society, the government, international organizations, and local communities. And thank you very much.
Je vous remercie.
Thank you, Mrs. Melanie, because you have, in few minutes, you have talked about education as a best tool and weapon for the future, women as engine of change, and engagement, commitment of displaced people and refugees in the reconciliation process. These are the key words of the HCR commitment. Thank you very much for your presence with us here and with our dear participants. Thank you very much, Excellency, President of the Republic of the Islamic League of Mauritania. In this critical era and unsolved conflicts generating deaths here and there in thousands of numbers, it is important and imperative to reinforce coordination between developers of peace to support local initiatives for a peaceful coexistence, dialogue, reconciliation, and social cohesion as important fundamental key elements. In Mauritania, we witness a flow of refugees coming mainly from Mali. In 2024, Mauritania has received 280,000 refugees. 115,000 of them are in Beira camp. Spread over 70 villages. This increase has doubled the number of refugees in Mauritania since 2023. The government of Mauritania has maintained its policy of generously leaving its doors open and offering humanitarian support and providing education. As a matter of fact, the Islamic Republic of Mauritania has enacted laws that would provide social protection, education, and health to the refugees. The idea is to find sustainable solutions. Peace is the most important of them. So it is necessary to see the refugees go back voluntarily to their countries of origin. The International Pact on Refugees, I know that the maintaining peace are prerequisites to resolve questions of high-scale displacement of people. In 2021, there was a key recommendation, namely to improve coordination to build peace in the countries of origin through investments, and this is where the answer this has given to multipartite commitments with regards the consolidation of inclusive countries presented during the World Forum of 2023. The HCR strategy in Mauritania aims at guaranteeing refugees to have adequate assistance and support while supporting progressive inclusion of refugees in the national system, and by favoring their development of the national policies. Of course, here we can't do anything without involving the refugees and the displaced people. Today, with the Association of the Refugees, this association works with the local communities, the immigrants and the refugees, to sensitize them as to the maritime routes and solve the conflicts through the migrant representatives. And with the Malian women living in Mauritania, we have received a lot of support, exposed to the risks that are subject to violence. These local initiatives, shows the potential of coexistence, of peaceful social cohesion. It underlines the importance of the significant participation of refugees in the design and implementation of programs. We hope to we hope to encourage all stakeholders to participate significantly to see them return their country of origin peacefully, thanks to sectorial intervention to build and maintain peaceful societies, fair and inclusive. By encouraging these initiatives and involving refugees, we can create solutions. We can be more sustainable. As we move forward, we build on the success already here to develop for peace. Your active participation, your collaboration are crucial. Together, we can make the difference. Thank you. Thank you for this thorough presentation where you have talked about the different actions. You have talked about the nexus between the development, humanitarian. This is a mini roadmap for refugees in Mauritania. And with the support of the Mauritanian government, according to the ancestral traditions of the generous Mauritanians, we work in adequate collaboration with the government to include these refugees in the national systems. I want to thank you again, Shukru, for your presentation. And without further ado, I give the floor to a few representatives of civil society here with us. Of course, for those who were here with us yesterday in this conference, we have given the floor to a few refugees who talked about their experiences and shared the experience in as far as socioeconomic inclusion is concerned. And these colleagues were refugees. The coordinator of the answer of refugees, Mr. Ahmed Akbara from Canberra, the fire brigade lead who received the 22 non-cent prize, further to the activities in Canberra, and then the Association of Quranic Schools, where he promotes the de-radicalization in Quranic schools, and Alima Mint Sidaou, who talked in Women and Youth Summit to eradicate gender-based violence against refugees. I give the floor to give more room for refugees' experience. We have with us Mrs. Amsatou Mpoyoum, who is the president of the support organizations to migrants and refugees in Mauritania. You have the floor, and I think the people will show your presentation. You have the floor, ma'am. Excellency, Mr. President of the Islamic Republic of Mauritania, honorable guests, C'est quoi ce bruit? Excellency, President of the Islamic Republic of Mauritania, honorable guests, allow me to extend to you for the year 2025 all my best wishes of prosperity, health, and happiness for you and your respective families. This meeting should be an opportunity to act for all. This is the essence of our fight for years. All my greetings to all the people here. My thanks go to the government of Mauritania, all the organizations, international and national presence, for the opportunity you have given us to speak in front of you. Our organization is here as the organization to represent or to replace the Nouadhibou Association of Research. It brings solutions to refugees and migrants by supporting those migrants and refugees by giving them the different services, health, education in Nouadhibou. It's also for cohesion between the migrants population, the local population, and to facilitate the return of migrants voluntarily back home. This logo exposes the vision of our organization with the word OAMR. This logo is the global image of our organization. Migrants usually run away or flee wars, climate change, political regime that they may not appreciate, and many things. This situation obliges them to opt for migration, forced migration, with members of their family, which is a challenge, which is a big challenge for their health, their housing, schooling, food for the family. The problems, difficulty to find a job, a shelter, which is not easy when you look at the economic difficulties that many countries are facing today. To face up this situation, we have taken the initiative to create in our headquarters sections of professional training and the funding of some income generating activities, sensitize to the risks of irregular immigration. The goal of this initiative is to help them get a job so that they wouldn't migrate elsewhere. In view of the border with proximity to Morocco and Canary Islands, Nouadhibou is become a host, transit, and destination city. And it has become a city of departure towards other places. The team, other than the permanent staff, we work with the different foreign communities there. We have a charter, we have a code of behavior. Since we have been created, we improve the conditions of the living conditions of refugees and migrants through a logistic support, promote the respect of law of the countries, host countries through sensitization campaign and information on procedures with regards to promote cohesion local between migrants, local communities, and the authorities through sports activities and cultural activities alike. We have a very good relationship with the local authorities. You have some pictures that show we have a hotline where we 12,362 refugees and asylum seekers who came to us today. 517 kids of refugee families have had access to education, and 126 have joined high schools, thanks to the different local associations and people of goodwill. Empowerments. 216 women are being empowered. 176 have already benefited from social funds. Participation in activities, sports and cultural activities in favor of living together and social cohesion. We give support to the shipwrecked thanks to the partners, the Embassy of Germany and the Immigration International Organization. We help a lot through migrations. We give them professional training with the support of partners, the Embassy of the United States, the US Embassy, and the International Migration Organization. We have had visits from the European Union ambassadors. We have been funded by the US Embassy on the Julia Taft project, and we have trained people in pastry, computer science. In conclusion, we have created a mechanism that allows all migrants to help each other for social cohesion and to facilitate partnerships. We are open to collaborate with anybody. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Amsatu, and thank you for this presentation that is really detailed, and I'm quite sure that you will have so many questions from the guests and participants. And now I give the floor to Mrs. Fatima Coulibaly, who is the president of the association, the Fighting Women, Malian Women in Mauritania. And I know that you will be talking about the work that you do on a daily basis in order to save the subjugated women to violence. Assalamu alaikum. Good evening, Excellency and Head of State of the Islamic Republic of Mauritania, honorable guests. It's with high gratitude that I'm talking today on behalf of the Association of Malian Women in Mauritania. And also I'd like to thank the HCR. The association was created the 19th November 2019, and it deals with the commune of Saka. And this was in collaboration with the Embassy of Mali. And our goal is the socio-economic integration of migrant women in Mauritania, and for having a permit of stay in Mauritania. We received free permits of stay. We collaborated and coordinated with the Ministry of Interior in this regard. Our association is recognized officially by Mali and Mauritania. Our association can intervenes in so many fields. In the social area, we work with women who are exploited in houses from Mali up to Mauritania. We also have a cell of hearing for immigrants and for women who have no shelter and who live in streets, and we have a place for hosting them. We ensure the legal one-on-one companionship, and at the level of courts, police stations, we accompany them, migrants and refugees, because there are refugees and migrants who do not know their rights and their obligations. We accompany them and we explain to them their rights and obligations vis-à-vis the country. We accompany and we make partnership with other parties for free. So we operated for 5 years. We have no financing. We have nothing. We just contribute in order to help vulnerable women. And we have partners. We work with the International Organization for Migration, with the Mauritania Association for Human Rights, and we work with ASER. So we have many fields in which we are very active, and we work with nationals, and if those people have problems, they can just come to us and we will help them. And we also work on the Pacific cohesion. So because women are the real builders of community, and peace cannot be imposed. It should stem from women and from an inclusive society. We identified 4 points for this social cohesion in order to enhance community and inclusiveness through dialogue. We need to establish local committees composed of leaders, community leaders and young leaders, and also including imams and heads of neighborhoods. The head of neighborhoods ensure the cohesion, and the Secretary General and the imam ensure the specific cohesion. For example, women play a very critical role in family conflicts and community conflicts. We need to build their capacities through trainings in mediation. B, build the capacity, the local economic opportunities, and reduce unemployment and disparity in terms of job opportunities. And we need to favor women's entrepreneurship in order to appease tensions. And also strengthen the economic opportunities, the local ones, and also because inequalities in terms of economy, they can undermine our efforts, and also include women and take into consideration their recommendations, and increase activities generating income for women, and education and raising awareness as to tolerance, and organizing awareness campaigns in schools, mosques, and other places in order to disseminate the values of tolerance. And by consolidating the values, we can have groups of inter-community exchange in order to have a better understanding of the culture of the other. Support the most vulnerable population. And for this, we need to protect the most vulnerable segments, like women victims of violence, the marginalized youth, and minorities. And for that, we propose the creation of a hearing center for women and youth. And we have a few advocacy initiatives. We need technical and financial support, and also microloans for women in order to develop their economic activities and economic inclusiveness. Women are engines of peace and social cohesion, but they lack the necessary means in order to amplify their impact. Capacity building and suggesting programs and trainings for the following: conflict resolution, and the techniques of mediation, inter-community mediation. In this way, we can make of women actors in peace, and ensuring access of women to education, and highlighting the needs, educational needs for women and the youth, especially in rural areas, because education favors mutual understanding and decreases tensions. And thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Coulibaly, for this presentation. And I think that you spoke about the capacity building of women. This is an arduous work. And if we strengthen the program in this regard, there are so many things to do for refugees and the work with refugees, and that is done in partnership with the host communities. And I give the floor to Maimouna Ba, and I shall say that Maimouna Ba came from Burkina Faso. Can you hear me? Mrs. Maimouna Ba, she came from Burkina Faso. She's the founder of the association Mama, Saidi mother, and most particularly, she received an award for refugees. This is an annual award that we provide in the UNHCR in order to thank innovation and pay tribute to associations and civil actors for bringing tangible responses to refugees. Maimouna Ba, she came from Burkina Faso, and she will be sharing with us her experience, her personal, professional experiences. You have the floor. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum. Greetings. I'm really honored to be here around this table today, and also to have the huge responsibility over my shoulders to talk about the issue of displacement because of conflicts and the issue of refugees in Africa. I would like to, without delving into details, I would like to thank the Mauritanian government and the other countries who expressed their solidarity with the population that suffers and escapes. And I would like to thank and hail the efforts of the UNHCR for supporting the people who were obliged to be displaced and leave their shelters and houses. If there is a worry or preoccupation that I would like to address or to raise today in this gathering, it is the one linked to the hostility against people who are asylum seekers on the part of a few African countries. What I wanted to say is that nobody is really safe, and everybody can be put in the situation where they will be forced to leave their houses and shelters. We cannot just have certainty and say that we will never seek asylum. So these are consequences of situations where we have populations that were never prepared for it. And our Prophet, peace be upon him, he migrated from Mecca to find refuge in Medina. And if that occurred, it's only that Allah wanted to teach us that there is no shame and there is no fear to receive people who move or migrate or escape. That having been said, today I'm coming with a concrete advocacy. This year marks my second participation in the African Conference of Peace. And this initiative of awarding prizes to model countries in terms of peace and social cohesion is an initiative that is so important. It is extremely important. So my advocacy today is addressed to three types of authority. First of all, the government of Mauritania that is hosting the conference, and then the government of Gambia, who are represented here because they are the ones who received the African Peace Prize last year. And finally, the government of Côte d'Ivoire. I only received a very humble prize at the level of UNHCR for refugees of Africa. And you have been honored by the most prominent scholars and by the most distinguished states for your hospitality and for your love for the other African populations. I want at the end of this conference we can hold meetings and we can think together as to how you, as countries of peace that illustrated and distinguished themselves in the scene, and us as we, activists of civil organizations and NGOs for peace, how can we get to a common ground for a better way of living together, and we can develop an agenda that is solid, well documented, and well adapted to our reality, to our history, and also political context, just to allow every single individual, no matter where he or she is in Africa or beyond, because we noticed that Gambia defended the rights of Rohingya. So how can we raise our voices in order to offer peace to all humans who aspire at getting it? How can we build a common agenda, well thought, well financed, in order to allow those innocents and poor civilians who are suffering from the wrong policies to enable them to continue living and existing? So this is just a thought. I'm brainstorming, and I'm asking you, and I'm reaffirming my availability to work and my readiness to work in this direction and to channel my energy, my voice, my reputation, and my image, and put it at the service of peace in our continent, a continent of peace that will base every single action on solidarity, sharing, and hospitality. All around the world, there are stories of repatriation of Africans, and this is telling us a story in Africa, and is open to a population that suffers from the whole world. We can write down a page that the whole humanity will never forget from this assembly, from this encounter. And I thank you very much for your attention for this moment. And I thank the UNHCR for having given me the opportunity to address you today. And I'm open to all parallel discussions concerning this idea to create a common agenda in order to support the populations who suffer, that migrate, and that escape. Thank you very much.
À moi aussi de vous remercier pour votre engagement.
I want to thank you for your commitments for displaced people and refugees. Thank you for having honored us. Now, the last speaker from civil society is Mr. Ahmed Liman. He's the president of the International Committee for Urgent Aid. He's a partner of the HCR. He has a lot of things to share with us. Mr. Liman, you have the floor. Thank you. Prayer on the Prophet and his kin. I am taking the floor as an actor on the presentation that is living together and peaceful living together. Peaceful cohabitation, especially in context with the cultural diversity, cultural and ethnic diversity. Yet Canada, in partnership with HCR, has undertaken important work to promote the values of cohesion and avoid inter-community disputes. Thanks to an in-depth analysis, many sources of tensions have been identified. Access and use of natural resources, management of agricultural lands, water sources, pastoral lands between local population and refugees, These resources are usually sources of dispute. Schools, public infrastructure sometimes are not enough to answer the needs of local and refugee populations. This sometimes lead to competition and the feeling of injustice. There is also customs, cultural diversity, even if it is enriching, sometimes can lead to misunderstandings between communities in as far as religious practices, mode of life, and value system. The approaches to prevent conflict that we have adopted facing these challenges have set up some preventive measures to reduce tensions and promote coexistence, peaceful coexistence. First of all, sensitization campaigns were conducted to inform the community on the importance of living together, mutual respect, and peaceful management of conflicts. Strengthen empathy between the different concerned groups. Inter-community groups, dialogues, fora were set up to offer the local community and refugees space where they can express their concerns, share their perspective, and build together solutions. These meetings have been encouraging mutual collaboration and working on common projects, capacity building. Community leaders, men, women, youth were trained to become mediators and ambassadors of peace. Their role is to identify the premises of tensions and propose solutions before disputes arise. These efforts has created an effort of solidarity where cultural differences are looked at as a wealth rather than cause of trouble, by reducing frustrations and promoting a better quality life. In conclusion, partnership between South Canada and HCR in Orcom region is a concrete example where we can see a proactive and inclusive approach can promote peace and social cohesion. This shows that cohesion, collaboration, and understanding can build resilient and united communities. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Liman. I need to apologize because of lack of time, we have to close this session. If you allow me, in a few words, what has been translated by the different actors here with us: commitment of women in host community, sharing, inclusive education, capacity building, socio-economic inclusions of people displaced. These were the major keywords. So to summarize this satire, I give you the floor in a few to guide us to the recommendations that you would see adequate for this session and for in its 5th edition. Thank you. Thank you all. For those who are here today, who have devoted time, ideas, and commitment to us, thank you. From our discussion, I said that many key words have come out. I would like to say that the prospect of leadership, especially forced displaced people, are a must for sustainable solutions. Second, investment in social cohesion initiatives by promoting relationship between host community and refugees. Three, fight the deep causes of conflicts, require collaboration. In Mauritania, for instance, we have 24 partners, including the government development organization, which shows the importance of handling social disparities and collaborate together for sectorial work for sustainable supports in Mauritania with the help of World Bank. We are gearing our attention to promote the work of 24 partners in Hind Sharqi. As we advance, we need to continue building more and more initiatives and strengthen our collective efforts with a renewed and a new spirit of collaboration. We should move forward with a peaceful cohabitation in Mauritania and beyond. Once again, thank you for your participation. Let's stay together, stay in touch, and let's maintain and continue our work together.
Has this opportunity to be with them in this fifth version of the conference to promote peace in Africa taking place in Mauritania. Thanks to all of them. La session est levée. Merci.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. رجاء يعني
Please remain seated. We are starting the closing ceremony in a few minutes. Please remain seated. We are going to start the closing ceremony. Please. Thank you.
woon bii ngay wax
سين هون مصر هون سينيكان هون بوركينا الاخر مقعدهم وزير مال نظام وين هي السلم عند سمو الى 4 عرفت ترتيب شيخ محفوظ هذا 8 هو الكلمات عندنا
وين وزير؟
وزير هون
هو الوزير المصري. شاد
صح بوركينا
باقي عندنا السنغال باقي دوري احنا من الاساس صاحبة نيجر
الله وعليكم السلام.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
In the name of Allah, most gracious, most merciful, and God be praised. Lord, most merciful, and peace be upon our Prophet, Excellency, the Minister of Religious Affairs and Traditional Teachings, Excellency, the Secretary General of the Abu Dhabi Forum for Peace and General Coordination of the African Conference for Peace, Sheikh Mahfoud Abdullah bin Bayya. Excellencies, Eminences, dear scholars, thinkers, researchers, ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, all protocol observed. We come with the grace of God to the closing ceremony of the proceedings of this international 5th conference that is being organized by Mauritania under the title The African Continent, the Duty of Dialogue, and the issue of reconciliations in coordination with the government of Mauritania and under the high patronage of His Excellency the President of the Islamic Republic of Mauritania, Sayyid Mohammed Sheikh Ghazwani, and throughout 3 days, and with the participation of ministers of religious affairs in the continent, with the presence of the heads of councils of Ifta, thinkers, scholars, the youth, and leaders, and influencers, we gathered around in order to discuss so many topics, exchange experiences, and to provide a platform for deepening discussions around issues of peace and reconciliation through the study of the current state of affairs in the continent, and also by providing approaches in order to resolve conflicts and consolidate the principles and values of peace in order to make our societies immune against negative acts, and also to embrace the path of peace in order to make people immune against hostilities and to have the way of argument. We, inshallah, hold the procedures of this ceremony as follows: reciting Quranic verses and reading the final statement with the minister, the former minister of endowment from Egypt, Muhammad Mukhtar Jum'ah, and the address of scholar Abdullah bin Bayya, president of Abu Dhabi Forum for Peace. The speech will be delivered by Ahmed Noor Al-Helou, Mufti from Chad, and the final statement with His Excellency, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Dr. Sidi Hiya Marabat. And we will end up with Ahmed Majid from Washington. I call upon Muhammad Asalik to recite Quranic verses from the Holy Quran.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. يا أيها الذين آمنوا اتقوا الله ولتنظر نفس ما قدمت لغد واتقوا الله إن الله خبير بما تعملون ولا تكونوا كالذين نسوا الله فأنساهم أنفسهم أولئك هم الفاسقون لا يستوي أصحاب النار وأصحاب الجنة أصحاب الجنة هم الفائزون لو أنزلنا هذا القرآن على جبل لرأيته خاشعا متصدعا من خشية الله وتلك الأمثال نضربها للناس لعلهم يتفكرون هو الله الذي لا إله إلا هو عالم الغيب والشهادة هو الرحمن الرحيم هو الله الذي لا إله إلا هو الملك القدوس السلام المؤمن المهيمن العزيز الجبار المتكبر سبحان الله عما يشركون هو الله الخالق البارئ المصور له الأسماء الحسنى يسبح له ما في السماوات والأرض وهو العزيز الحكيم صدق الله العظيم
صدق الله العظيم وبلغ رسوله الكريم. الآن
Now, we will give the floor to His Excellency, the Minister Mohammed Mukhtar Al-Jum'ah, Minister of Endowment in the Republic of Egypt, in order to read the final statement or communique of the conference. The final statement of the 5th edition of the African Conference for Peace, Nouakchott, that was held between the 21st up to the 23rd January of 2025. In the name of Allah, most gracious, most merciful, praise be to God, and peace be upon the Prophet who came as mercy to us, our Master Muhammad. May peace be upon him and on his brothers from prophets and on his companions and kin. And according to the Quranic verses, meaning we need to argue and advance beneficence. And another Quranic verse, we need to cling to taqwa and we need to obey Allah and His Prophet. And another Quranic verse, we cannot expect much from people except for those who order amendments and reconciliation between people. And people who aspire at achieving this path, they will have a high value. And reconciliation and amendment is an African heritage and embodiment of culture and the principle of the Islamic reconciliation that Islam put at its disposal a fiqh and jurisprudence in order to settle disputes thanks to peaceful means. And we have Kitab as-Sulh, a book on reconciliation that is well known in Islamic fiqh and jurisprudence. And this is dialogue is a pillar that can put an end to conflicts and wars and avoid its recurrence. and establishing peace instead of war, and concordance instead of discord, and keeping the hope and clinging to the hope of making a peace our path away from darkness, and responding to the challenges that humanity is facing altogether, and given the need to rationalize and to have fortresses of peace in souls, and investing on what has been accumulated in this conference from other teachings from previous editions, and providing a platform for scholars and researchers who are working on spreading the message of peace and collaboration in the African continent. In Nouakchott, the 5th edition of the African Conference on Peace was held under the title The African Continent, the Duty of Dialogue and the Issue of Reconciliation. And this was held between the 21st and the 23rd of January in 2025. Under the high patronage of His Excellency, the President Mohammed Ould Sheikh Ghazouani, President of the Islamic Republic of Mauritania, and with the support of the United Arab Emirates, and under the supervision of Sheikh Abdullah bin Bayya, the President of the African Conference for Peace, and the President of the Abu Dhabi Forum for Peace, and people who contributed in this encounter, hundreds of participants, ministers and representatives of international organizations and Islamic organizations, ambassadors and representatives of governmental bodies and international offices, muftis, judges, thinkers, along with a plethora of media representatives, etc. And the conference started its proceedings with a speech from the President of the Islamic Republic of Mauritania, Mr. Mohammed Ould Sheikh Al Ghazouani, may God preserve him, in which he welcomed the guests of the conference, and he thanked the scholar Abdullah bin Bayya, the President of Abu Dhabi Forum for Peace, for all the efforts made in order to consolidate the culture of peace and for promoting the values of brotherhood that is at the core of our religion. And His Excellency reiterated that the consolidation of the spirit of dialogue and reconciliation became today a necessity more than ever for our continent, the African continent, given the wars that are waged and the conflicts that are launched and the increase and that is frightening of terrorism, extremism and radicalism. And among the best ways in order to fight those phenomena in our African societies is the work in order to make dialogue as the pillar and the pivot of our work, especially in terms of governance and society. And His Eminence Sheikh Abdullah bin Bayya, the President of the Forum, had the concept address in which he talked about the challenges and the opportunities for African leaders in order to go away from those crises and to be healed from all the woes of those conflicts. So the dialogue is not just a curiosity, but this is an obligation and a responsibility upon the shoulders of all people, and dialogue is the only means to avoid wars and conflicts. And he showcased that our religion is rightly the religion of dialogue, because it is a principle, a main one for communication with the other, the close one and the far one, with the friend and with the foe. Dialogue is a required means in all conditions and at all levels. This is a necessity before war in order to prevent it. This is a necessity before war in order to prevent it, and during war in order to put an end to it, and post-war in order to mitigate its impact and ensure its non-recurrence. And so we talk about dialogue before war, during war in order to stop it, and after the war in order to mitigate its ramifications and make sure that it will never occur again. And our prophet exhorted us for dialogue because our religion is that of reconciliation, and according to the legal text and from Sirah of the Prophet and from jurisprudence and fiqh, all this demonstrates the importance of reconciliation, and we have a solid jurisprudence concerning reconciliation that is based and entrenched in the book of Sulh, reconciliation, that is well known in our religion. And in the opening ceremony witnessed the award of the prize in its third edition that was conferred to Al-Hassan Ouattara, President of the Republic of Côte d'Ivoire, as a tribute to his efforts for the consolidation of dialogue and reconciliation, and the recognition and acknowledgement of his crucial role for the ECOWAS leadership in managing the regional crisis through the consolidation of dialogue and reconciliation and the initiatives of mediation, along with the role model that took place in Côte d'Ivoire. And afterwards, the sessions of the conference continued constantly for 3 days and were distributed around 5 axes. The first one, the current situation in Africa and the need for the culture of dialogue. The second one, dialogue and reconciliation, religious obligation and ethical values. The third one, the dialogue and terms, heritage and inspiring models. The fourth one, approaches and field initiatives. The fifth one, Africa and artificial intelligence, a new perspective for consolidating peace and dialogue. And in the margin of the conference, we had the summit of women and the youth, in which and so many leaders, contributors from around the world, and it was an opportunity to hear the voice of the youth from Africa and to contribute in a constructive way as to the role of these segments in order to redress behaviors and build the culture of dialogue in all stages of our ages, and also to mobilize the new generation and instill in it the culture of dialogue and preserve their dignity and their rights. The conference also witnessed a session in collaboration with the UNHCR dedicated to the means and mechanisms of the consolidation of the role of migrants and the displaced and refugees on the basis of peace, and also to opt for coexistence and a peaceful dialogue through real testimonies from members of the camps in the east of Mauritania. And the findings are as follows. Results. The current situation in Africa showcases, notably for the threat that can destabilize countries and their unity. We understood from this that dialogue is an important and unique option in order to opt for the solutions that are peaceful for stability. Second, the absence of the culture of dialogue and the principles of reconciliation in social crisis led to the escalation of crisis, because diplomatic channels and means of dialogue are exchanged, or rather by violence, and this exacerbates the situation. Third, now in Africa we need more than ever to set the bridges of cooperation and collaboration and instill the conviction of coexistence through the activation of channels of communication between governments and their peoples, and between governments and their counterparts, and between peoples and their counterparts, in order to build trust and consolidate cooperation. Fourth, conflicts and religious conflicts and ethnic political conflicts go beyond the borders and represent regional threats and international threats. And for this, we need to adopt reconciliation and dialogue in order to strengthen relations between countries and consolidate collective action for peace and stability. Fifth, dialogue is a religious obligation. Dialogue is a religious obligation and a human necessity supervised by Islam. And as the Almighty said, meaning you need to advocate for the path of God through wisdom. So Islam sets the foundations of dialogue with the other in order to reach a reconciliation, a peace, coexistence with all the components of society. 6. The interest is the embodiment of justice and tolerance, and these values are inextricably related with our will to have sustainable peace. And we need to demonstrate this ethical aspect in all initiatives that seek conflict resolution. 7th, the African continent faces so many common challenges that require a cooperation because we have one destiny, which makes dialogue and reconciliation a human obligation, and that is translated by regional solidarity. And 8th, the history in Africa becomes a reference for building a brighter future in order to settle disputes through innovative tools like the Council of Reconciliation for Tribes. So we have so many models that can be developed in order to be compliant with today's world. 9, the African values like hospitality and tolerance, along with the Islamic values, are very efficient tools in order to have societies that are capable of going beyond divide. 10, the necessity to build trust through initiatives by African leaders or that gathers between the youth and governments and fosters bridges between societies and people. 11, the necessity, arduous one, in order to have an anticipatory and prospective approach and to move away from the traditional solutions that were quite limited and to have innovative approaches that treat the root causes of conflicts and promote prevention. Next, the reality for women and the youth is a real engine of change, which requires including them in field initiatives and building their capacities in order to have a sustainable impact. 16, the African continent, given its resources and its human capital, and that is very strong with all those resources and the factors of unity between peoples, need to leverage artificial intelligence for growth. 14, the techniques of artificial intelligence is an opportunity to have a better cooperation between the conflicting parties, and we need to invest them in order to get to know oneself and the other. 15, and the African countries need to bridge the divide between the countries of the continent in order to learn from AI and to have justice in terms of access to these technological resources. Recommendations, the participants to this edition recommend what follows. First, launching an African network for reconciliation and dialogue, and to have a digital platform with many languages encompassing scholars, thinkers, and societal leadership from the different countries of the continent, and to have an interactive platform in order to exchange the models of reconciliation and also solutions, innovative solutions based on local knowledge in terms of conflict resolution, mediation, by using and interpreting in order to ensure a common understanding. Second, training for women and youth in mediation, social mediation, targeting the youth and women, especially in zones that are affected by conflict, in order to have the skills of dialogue in the efforts of reconciliation at the local and regional levels, and help them to be effective actors in their societies in collaboration with the religious and governmental institutions. Third, launching a fund for supporting reconciliation and local development, and institute an African fund by the financing of governments, funding of governments, and also support the initiatives for tribal and societal reconciliation, and finance the programs of training in conflict zones. Fourth, to develop a system of artificial intelligence to manage conflicts, and also to have partnerships with companies specialized in order to analyze the root causes of conflicts on the basis of economic, social, and historical data, in order to enable the relevant stakeholders to provide tailored solutions for each conflict based on relevant data. Fifth, to launch annual awards, awarding prizes annually on reconciliation in Africa for the best social and individual initiatives that succeeded in reconciliation or mitigated tensions in conflict zones, and consolidated dialogue in certain societal tissues that combines between cultural heritage and innovation. Six, to have a committee for dialogue and reconciliation and development that will encompass the wise and dignitaries and scholars, and that will take care of mediation and reconciliation, no matter what are the causes of those conflicts, ethnic, historical, or radicalism and terrorism. And among the prerogatives will be training on the culture of dialogue and its mechanisms and its challenges, in order to enable Murshideen and all the actors to practice dialogue in their daily lives and at all levels of their relations in society, through innovating new solutions for interaction. 7. Developing a school program under the title The Culture of Dialogue in Schools and Governmental Institutions and Traditional Teaching. 8. Creating a center that is specialized in dialogue, that will be part of the African Conference for Peace, and having a journal for peace that will be dedicated only to African issues, in which its children, which means the children of the African continent, will be contributing. 9th, having a summer program for participants in which there will be trainings on the concepts of peace, the principles of dialogue, in order to provide them with a toolkit, a conceptual one, and with all the arguments in order to interact and convince, and the participants will be able to play their role in terms of reconciliation, mediation, and 10, and to have a charter of dialogue that will have so many principles and guiding principles that will be a ground for compromise between all those who would like to achieve reconciliation in Africa. And this charter will be a constitution and a reference for all people who are trying to come to an understanding. And finally, I say that for all people who are participating in the 5th edition, all the participants express their thanks to the government of Mauritania for the patronage, and also they express their gratitude to His Excellency the President Mohammed Wuld Sheikh Al Ghazwani. And also they express their gratitude to His Eminence Mohammed Wuld Sheikh Al Ghazwani for the hospitality and his high patronage for this encounter, and also they thank the participants, thank the states of United Arab Emirates leadership and people. And they also thank the Emirates leadership and people for all the humane and noble initiatives and for all the initiatives that stemmed from this country, place of peace and coexistence. And the participants are thanking and extending their esteem to Imam Sheikh Abdullah bin Bayya, His Eminence. And the participants thank warmly Sheikh Abdullah bin Bayya for orienting and guiding these proceedings, and also they are expressing their gratitude to all those who made sure that this encounter is a success for the consolidation of peace, asking the Almighty to preserve our nations and spread safety and security, and to amend and to help us. And finally, I would like to thank in person His Excellency the President of Islamic Republic of Mauritania on behalf of all the guests, and also I thank His Eminence Sheikh Abdullah bin Bayya, and to my brother Mahfoud bin Abdullah, and who honored me, and we wish you and to all nations all success, and the God be praised. Wassalamu alaikum.
شكرا لصاحب.
Thank you, Your Excellency Mukhtar Jum'a, for reading this statement which reflected the final declaration. I hope that it's going to be heeded and that eyes saw its message. Now the floor, Sheikh Abdullah al-Bayya, the president of the Abu Dhabi Forum for Peace, reading that will be done by Noor al-Halwan, the Mufti of Chad. In the name of Allah, the Merciful, Most Gracious, and the Clement, the speech of Mr. bin Bayya at the end of this conference, 23rd of January 2025. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. Wassalatu wassalam ala Sayyidina Muhammad. The final Prophet and his brothers and kin. Excellency, Mr. Yahya Wood Sheikhina al-Murabit, Minister of Islamic Studies and Studies in the Republic of Mauritania, Excellencies, Eminencies, all protocol observed, peace be upon you. Thanks to God we have the good things, and thanks to Him we have good things on us, and with His approval we reach what we aspire to. Here we are after 3 days of scientific meetings and sessions have come to the end of our meeting this year, hoping from God to accept from us and from you our good intentions and the best expressions and best deeds. And I express anew my thanks to the United Arab Emirates for the support and patronage, and for the state of Mauritania for their hospitality. I would like to thank you, eminent scholars who have kindly accepted to share with us this conference. We consider your presence here from different countries of our continent and your presence here to look into the questions of peace and reconciliation is in itself is a noble cause. The 3 days that we have spent together and these sessions of discussions, hope will make us achieve what we aspire to, solving problems, and hopefully it's going to be another step in the 1,000 miles of Africa towards stability, development, prosperity, and peace. Your suggestions, your ideas will be taken into account, and the committee of the council of the forum will send it to the headquarters for monitoring and assessment. I hope the world will be peaceful. I hope our hopes can be achieved. And our last call to God is Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. And wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you, Excellency Mufti of the State of Chad. Now we move to His Excellency the Minister of Islamic Studies, and to read the final statement of this conference. In the name of Allah, the Merciful, the Clement, the Most Gracious, prayers on our Prophet Muhammad, his kin and Excellencies, Excellency Abdullah bin Baya, Chairman of the Abu Dhabi Forum for Peace, Excellencies, Eminences, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I am delighted to thank you very much for having kindly accepted to respond positively to our invitation. And I would like to thank all our guests in recognition for your participation in this International Fifth Forum of Africa for Peace, held under the patronage of His Excellency, the President of the Islamic Republic of Mauritania, Mr. Ahmed Ghazouani, who has, thanks to his wisdom and capacity to give our country its role as a country of peace and science, in partnership with our Prime Minister Day. Ladies and gentlemen, here we are, thanks to God, and after 3 days rife of discussions, debates about the conflicts and problems and disputes in Africa and how the eminent learners can help us promote the culture of and avoid disputes and not use religion for killing and hatred. Here we are, thanks to God, reached the end of our conference, which has been chaired by His Eminence Abdullah bin Baya, and he is the example of the scholar who represents the language of peace and Islam in reconciling with people, with the world. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me in your name to extend my thanks to the United Arab Emirates for their cooperation with our country, for supporting this conference that promotes the efforts of peace in Africa. You may know that thought is the running element for any kind of peace. And in this context, we count on the partnership between Mauritanian government and Abu Dhabi Forum for Peace through this conference and its extract to come up with the potential efficient recommendations for our continent, especially in the conflict zones. Last, in the name of Allah, in the name of our President, Mr. President, I declare this forum closed, hoping to you a wonderful stay and a safe trip back home to your countries. Peace be upon you. Thank you. Thank you, Your Excellency, the Minister. Now, the final things is a call, Mahmoud Majid in Washington, to close the end of this conference with a call to God for help.
الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على أشرف
The best of prophets, thank God who have gathered us in this hospitable country, with this conference for peace and stability in this continent. May God protect this country, government and leadership, and to protect and assist our leader Abdullah bin Baya, who gathers us in the way or path of peace in the name of our religion. May God make this country safe and secure, and all the countries of this wonderful continent and the country of Muslims, to stop bloodshed, to have stability, peace. And I specify the choice of Sudan, so that people can go back safe to their homes. And I would like at the end of this conference to see how the conclusions, the recommendations of this conference be keys of a better future for the ulama of this continent. And may God preserve and assist our youth and to help promote women for the development of our continent. May God make this gathering as a sign of hope and prosperity. We ask God to make us clean from hatred and fill our hearts with love of God, love of each other, love of our Prophet, and the love of Allah. We ask and beseech God to help us succeed and go back home safely, and thank those who have helped organize this conference, to thank them, youth, scholars, to carry the message of this conference to their respective countries. May God accept our wishes and aspirations. May God make these efforts mubarakah, and we can see you in another conference, inshallah. Thank you very much, and peace be upon you. Thank you, Imam Muhammad Majid, for this call. Jazakallah khairan. This is the end of our conference. Thank you. Wish you a safe flight home.